Aw, thank you. Okay. Okay, William, do we have anyone on WebEx with us this morning? Yes, perfect. Okay, everyone, it is Tuesday, January 28th, and the time is 9 a.m., and we are here in our Doña County Board of Commissioner Chambers, and we're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. First up, we do have our invocation by our Deputy Chief, Eric Crespin.
Sir, he's on travel.
He is on travel. If we can all just take a few moments of silence instead. Thank you. Okay. Next up is going to be the Pledge of Allegiance. Do I have any Boy Scouts here today? Come on up, guys. Steven, can we get him a mic going? Are you guys ready to do the pledge? Yeah? Okay, I like the thumbs up. We'll take it today. Okay, if y'all able to stand and join me for the pledge. Kick it off, gentlemen.
Right there. Back up. So you see the flag. Back up. Right there.
There you go.
Go ahead and lead us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good job, guys. Thank you. Okay, next up we do have our roll call of the commission members present for the determination of quorum. Brandy.
Commissioner Gomeros?
Present.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Here.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Present.
Vice Chair Murillo? I apologize. Vice Chair Chaparro?
Present.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Here, we do have quorum today with Commissioner Sanchez and Vice Chair Chaparro online with us. Okay, the County Commission convenes as a Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. We do have our Assistant County Manager, Mr. Macias, with us today. Mr. Macias, is there any changes to the agenda this morning?
Yes, Chair. We are postponing item number 9, but it should be noted for the commission that they have met as well as exceeded their metrics as confirmed by Ms. Carter in our Growing Economic Development Department.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and remove item number 9, which is the Film Las Cruces Fiscal Year 24 Annual Report Presentation. Anything else to change?
No, Chair.
Awesome. Perfect. Moving on, we do have our consent agenda where the board will be asked to approve by one motion the following items of reoccurring or routine business. And we do have items number 1 through 6. Do we have a motion to approve those items?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the items 1 through 6.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Gomeros and a second by Commissioner Reynolds to approve items number 1 through 6. Commissioners, is there any discussion? Seeing none. Any public comment? Seeing none. Brandy, if you'll go ahead and roll call us on the consent agenda, please.
Commissioner Gomeros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes. Motion carries. Brandy, if you'll get us those resolution items, please.
Yes, sir. Item number 1 has 2. Resolution number 2025-19 and 2025-20. Item number 2, 2025-21, and item number 4, 2025-22.
Thank you. Next up, we would have Pet Showcase. There's currently not a pet showcase from the Animal Services Center, so we're going to move on to employee recognition, where the commission will recognize Doña County employees for their years of service to Doña County. And we do have our OEM manager, Mr. Lopez. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. We'd like to recognize 2 individuals today. Up on the screen, you can see that Travis Simpson with Doña County Fire Rescue has achieved 10 years of service, and Assistant County Manager Deb Weir has achieved 15 years of service. We'd like to thank them for their years and dedication.
Thank you. Aw. Moving on, we do have any public input. If any member of the public would like to address the commission, if they'll please come forward. There is a white binder on your left-hand side. If you will please sign your name to the binder. If you are wanting to address the commission on a future agenda item, please wait until that agenda item comes up before giving public comment. If not, we will put 3 minutes on the clock, and you are more than welcome to join us up front.
I'm Dr. Earl Nissen, and I live in Commission District 1. Mrs. Diaz and I, for the past 2 months, have been meeting with individuals and groups of people that are associated with medical care at Memorial Medical Center. This is in an effort to understand and answer to the question, what do we do to get medical care to those residents that cannot pay for their care and are undocumented and have no advocacy? The answer that Memorial gave was to turn them away, which was inhumane. One of the individuals that we spoke to was Mr. Knox, who was acting CEO at Memorial at that time, when he stated that no one would be turned away on his watch. Within a few weeks from that conversation, a woman was turned away because she didn't have proper insurance but could get it from an agency in Anthony. This lady was at the poverty level and would not be able to afford it anyhow. She found Mrs. Diaz, who helped her get registered for cancer care at Memorial. Upon inspection of public records, it can be shown that Mr. Harris, the former CEO, eliminated cancer services in 2014 and notified both the city of Las Cruces and Doña County of the closures. Was this done as cost cutting for the equity company LifePoint and would enable Mr. Harris to get a bonus for cost cutting? What did the county or city do about this? It is interesting that we are now going to pay $230,000 to revise the 40-year-old lease of Memorial. This contract is not yet approved. We asked for who asked for this revision and why. Will the public be allowed to discuss the revisions? Will indigent care be well defined so that we will not have to see residents turned away from needed medical care? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. Neeson.
Good morning. I'm Jim Hurst. I can't tell whether or not Susanna Chaparro has walked out on me because she's not here. In any case, I see that today we were supposed to have an invocation offered by Deputy Chief Eric Crespin of the Doña County Fire Department. I suggest to you that having people offer prayers to this commission who have a financial relationship with this county ought not to be allowed. They can curry favor with the commission by their religion. Religious people are by nature communal and favor each other. That's the very nature of a religious community. So to bring that into the workplace, I don't believe is a good idea. Having said that, I want to channel Thomas Jefferson this morning. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I submit to you, commissioners, that the right to migrate, the right to cross borders, is a basic human right. It wasn't given to us by our governments. It was ours before there were governments. It is a basic human right, and you are obligated to defend it, in spite of the leadership coming from our president. Thank you very much.
Mark Veith, District 1. Good morning. Happy New Year again. I have a topic that at first you might see where I'm going. When I get to the end, you will. Something that you won't hear in churches, more than likely, but angels. There are different classes of angels: archangels, cherubim, seraphim. There are three angels named in the Bible: Gabriel, Michael, and Lucifer. Michael is an archangel. Lucifer, I suspect, was an archangel, but he fell, and now we call him Satan. When he fell, he took 1/3 of the angels with him, and we know them as demons. Angels are male, and in Genesis 6:4, you'll find that they mated with women on earth, and they created the giants, David and Goliath. Goliath was 9'6". There's another king called Og. They said his bed was 13 feet by 6 feet. So when Israel was supposed to go into the land with Moses leading them, they came back and go, we were like grasshoppers to them. God planned for Israel to go in and get rid of the demons. So when they go in and kill an entire town, the reason they did that is because they were sacrificing their children and because they were demons and God was trying to get rid of the demonic thing. It's in the Bible. I'm not just throwing this out there. So 2,500 years ago, Ezekiel, and remember they had no lights, they had none of the technology we've got, prophesied in the very first chapter of Ezekiel about a time for fire, light, no electricity, but he talks about beings that move straight forward in any direction without turning. He mentions that twice. The reason I'm bringing this up is because we've heard about drones. This is not the drones, but we've also heard reports about these lights that are moving at 12,000 miles per hour. Angels are God's messengers. At that speed, they can go anywhere in the world in an hour and deliver the message. In Daniel, it talks about one of the angels being intercepted by a demon and being in a 21-day battle until Michael the archangel came to pull him out of it. So twice it mentions moved straight forward in any direction without turning. So they can turn in a 90-degree turn. An SR-71 traveling over 2,000 miles per hour for do a 90-degree turn uses the whole state of Wisconsin. This is 90 degrees immediately. No human being or anything living can withstand that. So Ezekiel goes on to say, they looked bright as coals of fire or brilliant torches. They darted to and fro like flashes of lightning. So I don't know if this is what Ezekiel was prophesying about. I don't know if it's demons, but I do believe it's angels. Thank you. Have a good day.
Mr. Chair, would you please sign the book?
Oh, thank you, Mark. We're sticklers for that book around here. What we do with the book, I'm not really sure, but the book matters. Welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you very much for your time. This should be pretty much short and sweet. Somebody forwarded to me a report from KTSM that services remain available to everyone regardless of immigration status at a county level. With the push for repatriating many citizens or non-citizens in the United States to their home countries, that may not be what we want to be doing at this time. And I've also brought up before that it seems like some of our policies are sanctuary county policies. In the current environment, I'd rather not be on the legal hook as a taxpayer for anything that the federal government comes down this way. And I think we've also mentioned before that the mass immigration has caused increases in costs of housing and food, other things, as well as limited economic opportunities to citizens of our county and our state. And I think that covers my concerns. Thank you very much for your time.
Any other public comment this morning? Come on up.
Good morning to all. I am Yoli Diaz. Welcome, Commissioner Gameros. I am here today to revisit issues of accessing needed health care. In December 2024, I alerted you to a woman who was denied needed health care at Memorial Medical Center. This happened just recently and right in the middle of the New Mexico Department of Justice investigation. However, after Dr. Earl Neeson and I advocated for this resident with calls and meetings, there was corrective action taken at Memorial Medical Center, and this woman is considered 100% covered by Memorial Medical Center. However, what exactly does that mean? On May 9th, 2023, I came to this board and alerted you of problems of the indigent program, the resolution. I said to you that you are not the source of the problem, but you are the source of the solution. I added that the indigent care resolution was perpetrating injustice, segregation, and discrimination. This board updated the resolution and added cancer treatment. I alerted you then that there were still issues. To add to this, what was so very concerning and disturbing is that I witnessed Memorial Medical Center literally taking the action of injustice, segregation, and discrimination to a specific group of Doña County residents. I was horrified, absolutely horrified. As most of us know, the national media by NBC Universal and the reporting of Gretchen Morgensen on June 4th and 5th, 2024, moved the needle forward. What rightfully so followed was the Department of Justice announcing on July 16, 2024, that they are investigating Memorial Medical Center. The city of Las Cruces hired an outside attorney, and their own city attorney is working on their own investigation. According to the city manager, just last week, they have also hired a consulting firm. They started this with a letter of default in August 30th, 2024. Doña County approved hiring New Point Healthcare Advisors, that I recall it was about November 12th or something, 2024. However, that contract has not been executed. Therefore, Doña County has not even gotten started in their investigation of the lease. This is now over 6 months since the Attorney General announced his investigation on Memorial Medical Center. All this is important to me because I am currently advocating for the woman who, after 3 phone calls, was not provided an appointment at the cancer center, not after advocating for her. I'm also advocating for the disabled woman, severely disabled woman I reported in September 2023 and had said, MMC did it again, and who's going to pay for this indigent woman's needed cancer treatment? I was ignored by the county manager and by the county attorney. They did not respond to me, and at the end of the day, there was never an answer by Doña County nor Memorial Medical Center. And of course, there's issues I can't talk about right now. I'm back because of the work that still needs to be done, since to my understanding that there are no written policies or procedures for your providers or contractors to follow with the Doña County Indigent Program, issues remain. It is past time to tackle them. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Ms. Yoli, would you please sign the book? Thank you.
I'll just blanket statement that again as you come up, as you finish, if you can please sign the book to the left. Just bring that up again. Thank you. Welcome, Athena.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and Co-Chair and my Commissioner. My name is Athena Huckabee. I reside in Tortugas in Commissioner Reynolds' district. I am often talking about the topic of the opioid crisis, so you're probably used to hearing me discuss that. I'm here to talk to you about an even more devastating scourge on our communities. That scourge is alcohol. Today, I come before you to ask you to adopt a resolution urging the New Mexico legislature to create an alcohol harms alleviation fund, the AHA fund for short. New Mexico faces a true public health crisis when it comes to alcohol. Our state has the highest rate of alcohol-related deaths per capita in the nation, double the national average. Every year, over 2,200 New Mexicans lose their lives due to alcohol-related causes, as compared to about 950 overdose deaths. These aren't just numbers, they are families that are devastated, communities impacted, and lives cut short. The financial toll is equally staggering. Excessive alcohol use costs New Mexico over $2.2 billion annually. That's more than $1,000 for every resident in the state. And while those costs fall on all of us and are not currently collected through our taxes, they disproportionately impact our healthcare systems, our law enforcement, and our local governments. Essentially, New Mexico taxpayers are subsidizing the alcohol industry. Meanwhile, the taxes on alcohol in New Mexico haven't been raised in 30 years. This is not sustainable. By creating an alcohol harms alleviation fund, we have an opportunity to mitigate the damage that alcohol does to our communities. Revenue from these increased alcohol taxes could fund prevention programs, expand treatment options, offer harm reduction services, and support recovery efforts, steps that would save lives and reduce long-term costs for everyone. This resolution is not about prohibiting or punishing responsible drinkers. It's about accountability and investing in public health. I urge you to adopt this resolution. I urge one of you to bring this forward so that it could be considered on the next agenda for the next meeting, and to send a strong message to the legislature that the time to act is now. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is America Terrazas, and I'm an advocate for our community, rural communities. And I'm here to urge you to listen carefully to a presentation on a subject that we have been working on. We work on unmet needs of the community. That's my job, my volunteer job. Unmet necessities of the community. And when this presentation comes to you, I wish that you start a point to start working on it, not addressing why it can't be done. And that's bringing digital communications to our communities. When we got hit with the pandemic, our kids, our families were ground zero for digital information. We didn't have information. We didn't have access to computers. We didn't have access knowledge, nothing. So we need that access to in our community. Thank you.
I'm Lynn Moorer. I previously practiced law in Nebraska before relocating to Las Cruces to take care of my parents. Recently, I received a request to work on this project. I need to alert you to a feature within the draft contract contemplated with New Point Healthcare Advisors, LLC, that should be removed. This is because it is foreseeable that it could become an obstacle to getting Memorial Medical Center to come into full compliance with the lease agreement with Doña County and the City of Las Cruces, specifically in the section entitled New Point Healthcare Advisors Cost Proposal under the heading number 2, Review and Evaluation Process for Interface with Lessee on page 21. It proposes that New Point will, quote, work with all parties to review their understanding of their obligations under the lease to achieve a common understanding of what the lease provides. Once the understanding is reached, review quantitative and qualitative information to determine compliance, close quote. This language gives MMC too much of a vote in determining its own compliance. Former MMC Chief Executive Officer John Harris repeatedly insisted publicly that the hospital has not failed to comply with any of its requirements. Memorial's Chief Financial Officer Laura Thomas also denies that the hospital turns away patients in violation of its lease. In response to the city's notice of breach to MMC, its attorney asserted in September the hospital is in complete compliance with the lease. So from the get-go, it's pretty clear that Memorial will deny any non-compliance whatsoever. I'm relatively certain that when New Mexico's Attorney General completes his investigation of Memorial, which at a minimum will look at the same facts that New Point considers, the AG will find instances of noncompliance with the lease which have degraded or wiped out the required delivery of care to Doña County residents and violated one or more laws. The AG will not worry about achieving a common understanding with MMC of what the lease provides. He will make his evaluations based upon the facts and apply them to the plain language of the lease and the law. It will not serve the interests of Doña County residents for any contractor hired by the county to tiptoe around the reality of the hospital's noncompliance, nor will soft-pedaling Memorial's failures that have harmed many Doña County residents improve the county's public standing. What we need is a straightforward assessment that neither coddles nor distorts facts. In addition to being irrelevant, working to achieve a common understanding of what the lease provides could be a convenient vehicle for Memorial to drag its feet and attempt to leverage power that should not be given to it. I strongly recommend that the quoted sentences, which do not provide anything positive to the county, be stricken from the contract. If the contract has already been executed, and I'm not sure that it has, just talked to Jamie Michael, it can be terminated under Article 32 and a new revised contract executed that doesn't contain those offending sentences. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak and for your consideration.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Mitchell Boyer. I'm the Village Council Chairman of the Village of Vado. I come this morning on behalf of a grateful community. I understand you took an action earlier on a resolution to basically take over management for a little park, our Vado Walk Path. I thank you for that. You have no idea what that will do for our community as far as morale and as far as them overall getting together. I thank you for that. I hope this is a sign for things to come because many, many years our village has been neglected by the commission of Doña County. Hopefully we can move forward now and begin to represent totally I'd like to welcome our new Commissioner Gloria to our district. Thank you for being there. And I'd like to thank you for being responsive and returning phone calls when people call. For a long time, this has not happened. When people would call a politician and they don't get calls returned, they get really discouraged. But I'd like to thank you for doing that. Thank you.
Any other public comment? So a lot of you here for no more public comment. Okay, moving on to staff input. If we have any staff input for the day?
Chair, if we could call Director Michaels up, she had an update, followed by Director Dawood.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Michael.
Good morning, County Commissioners. Jamie Michael, County Health and Human Services Director. Just wanted to make sure all of our commissioners are aware of a piece of legislation sponsored by Jeff Steinborn and Liz Stefanix. It is Senate Bill 45. Senate Bill 45 will give counties some flexibility in how we choose to spend our healthcare assistance or indigent funding. It will allow us to use those funds to help people purchase insurance or help with other out-of-pocket costs related to insurance. It's important at this time because starting July 1st, there's going to be a new coverage, a new product offered by the state of New Mexico that will allow people who have no other access to health insurance or to purchase coverage. It'll be a new product that folks can purchase, and we can use our county funding to help them make that more affordable. So just wanted to make sure you all were aware of Senate Bill 45 and lend your support if that's how you see fit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Michael.
Director Dawood.
Good morning, Commissioners. Today we received an award from New Mexico State Auditor's Office for Audit and Accountability Award. This is the 10th award the county has received, and I would like the accounting staff to join me here while we present this. This was the award which was received at the session, this past legislative session. And so with me is Nazreen Nelson, our controller, and our accountants, Raquel, Mireya, Rima, and Monica. This was the team which helped prepare our audit report, and we have been very honored to receive this award this year. Thank you.
Eyes open. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations, ladies. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
I have a question from Ms. Alma.
Welcome back.
Is that number 8 or 9 that we've gotten?
This is actually the 10th award.
The 10th award.
Yes.
Okay, I think it's important to point out that not only did we get the award this again this year, but this is the 10th year, I think, in a row that we've actually received this award as well. So thank you for your diligence and continued efforts.
Thank you.
And your team.
Wonderful. Directors, I don't believe we have any other announcements, so I'll go ahead and proceed into the County Manager Office updates. One of the major ones that the County Manager Andrews wanted to share with the Commission is that the HR Policy Review RFP that is currently posted will close on February 10th and is currently on our RFP, and then it'll be coming back for review probably in about April for action. The other items that we have on here is that as part of the economic development portfolio and umbrella that the county manager is taking on, he is working in conjunction with Director Herrera on a master planning effort for the parks across the county. That will be posted probably here in the next 2 weeks, and we'll follow a similar timeline in terms of review. The goal with that is to bring quality of life as part of an extension of economic development as they go hand in hand, typically, as many of you know. And then last, I just wanted to make notice that the County Management Office, as well as the Finance Office, in collaboration with our consultant, are keeping track of the executive orders that as of today may be impacting some of our funding, not only at the state level, but also at the federal level as those flow down. It's no secret that the county receives money either directly from the state or in forms of grants as we took action today. But we will work together with our contractor and consultant as well as our delegation. So just wanted to alert all of you that as we see things shift, that we will advise the community and y'all appropriately.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Macias. Moving on to county elected officials' input. Come on up.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Caroline Zamora, Chief Deputy County Clerk. I have a few updates for you all. The first is our clerks team, our communications team, has created a Blue Sky account. So if anyone would like to follow us on Blue Sky, please do at DAC Clerk. Also, season 4 of our podcast will be coming out soon. If you'd like to give us any recommendations, history, we do lots and lots of history because we have lots of fun stuff in our vault. And so if you'd like to suggest anything, please go ahead and contact our office and we'll be happy to talk about those ideas with you. And you can, of course, listen to our previous seasons on any of the major podcast providers, Libsyn, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio Podcasts. Another thing that I'd like to go ahead and update you all is our annual event that our office really enjoys providing for the public, and that is Romance at the Rotunda. And that is, we love doing weddings on Valentine's Day. And myself, Brandy Delgado, April Sosa, and Karen Hernandez will be officiants that day. So if anyone would like to go ahead and get married that day, please contact our office. Couples will need to first schedule an appointment by calling our office at 647-7421, and that is to schedule your marriage application appointment. Also, if you, both applicants need to be present at that appointment, and they also need to bring a valid government ID. So this can be a driver's license or a passport. On that day, if you'd like to get married on Valentine's Day, please arrive 30 minutes before your scheduled ceremony so we can get you checked in and make sure you have everything. That day, if you'd like to bring any items with you, like a bouquet, a veil, rings, personal vows, camera, things like those, bring that with you. Also, don't forget to bring your witnesses, but our office also really likes being witnesses. So if you don't have a witness, we'll find one for you. You could be a witness. Yes, Chair. Okay, good. Also, the cost of a license is $25, but if you'd like to get married that day, it is free. So the officiants will not be charging that day. So the marriage license itself is $25, but Romance at the Rotunda wedding ceremony is free. We also have Spanish language ceremonies. So if anyone would like a Spanish language ceremony, we will have, I believe Brandy and April are going to be doing those. I'll try if I really have to. Again, we have another really special opportunity with this. We're going to do a special podcast episode highlighting love stories. So if you would like to be featured on that podcast and you're going to be getting married that day, go ahead and let our office know, and we'll work with you in getting that recorded that day. All righty, those are all the updates I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Sheriff.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Gameros, welcome, congratulations. We haven't met but I appreciate your willingness to stand in these footsteps. I was recently accused of just coming before the commission and going on, and I got to thinking about it. I don't think I've been up here that much, so I'm going to change that in 2025. I'm going to come up more, but I'm going to talk about some things that are good news, that are positive for not only our department, but for our community. And frankly, in 6 years, I've been somewhat remiss about doing that. So today, I'm very pleased to start a tradition, so to speak. It's Outstanding Peer Supporter of the Year, the first time. But let me give you a little background. For a couple of you, it's a little old news. For some of you, maybe not. On January 25th, 2019, Deputy John Duffy committed suicide. He was the really tragic part about that story, which I haven't really let out, is that he was retiring. The federal government, he was going on to a job with the federal government, and at that particular year, they locked down and they were on a freeze, so they weren't hiring. So he could not go on to his job with DEA. And in those few weeks, he ended his life. I was new. I was 25 days into this office. While I did not know him, he's certainly not the first suicide of a peer or a colleague in my career. I want you to realize that suicide is the #1 killer of law enforcement in the United States. I believe second is traffic accidents. No surprise there. So when we talk about threats to our lives, that's a fairly significant one. You heard Athena come up and speak of alcoholism. That's a very big issue in our community as well. On that fateful day, which also happens to be my daughter's birthday, she was 11 years old. Every year since then, she has asked me, what do we do for Deputy Duffy, I swear. And so what we've done for 5 years is build 6 years almost, is to build a wellness unit, to build a peer support program. And I am very, very pleased to tell you today that we are a national model. We are probably the only longest working peer support program in the state of New Mexico, but nationally we are fairly significantly ahead in that area also. We are very proactive. In 2024, the International Association of Chiefs of Police asked us to be one of 5 agencies in the United States to put together a small and rural peer support manual for others to follow. So I tell you today that though we're still working, it is a work in progress. We've made huge strides, and it has not been an easy march. It has definitely not. Peer supporters today, we have 16 certified peer supporters among our ranks, and they provide counsel to their colleagues who seek them out anonymously. That is, we do not keep names of those individuals, but we keep numbers. So to give you some statistics, briefly, in 2021, there were 192 contacts. In 2024, last year, there were 1,019 contacts. So clearly, thank you. Thank you all. It's been a work in progress, but we are hugely appreciative. We now have a wellness unit. I can't thank our peer support coordinator, Robin Rabine, Lieutenant Scott Bayless, Sergeant John Signori, and Isela Strauss for stepping up and creating that unit and making it a viable program. It's what was needed at the time, and they responded. Let me also say that we help others in this county move their own programs forward. Anthony We've assisted on a debrief in the city of Anthony. We have assisted Masia Marshall with developing their peer support. We have assisted MIRVDA in that as well. And Mescalero Fire and Alamogordo Police have called on us to not only provide direction, but debriefing after critical incidents. We have done 14 debriefs and 15 call-out activations since our inception. Debriefs are after a very traumatic issues or events. So with that, I'll end that portion of it. I want to first call up Sergeant Zachary Chavez. He hasn't been a sergeant long, so he might not respond quite quickly enough to that title. So I want to read this before I hand it to you, and so if you'll bear with me. On behalf of Doña County Sheriff's Office, it is my honor to recognize and commend your outstanding service as a peer supporter. Your dedication and compassion have made an extraordinary difference in the lives of your fellow officers and staff. We are pleased to present this to you today as Peer Supporter of the Year, a recognition well-deserved for your tireless efforts to foster resilience, trust, and mental well-being within our department. As a peer supporter, you have consistently gone above and beyond. We often say, be a Zach, okay? Be a Zach, say yes. Says yes every time he's asked. Providing a confidential space for those facing difficult situations. You have shown empathy, patience, and exceptional understanding, helping others to process and overcome personal and professional challenges. In doing so, you have not only strengthened individual officers, but our entire department. Your contributions to Doña Ana County Sheriff's Office Peer Support Program have helped shape a positive and supportive environment where others feel encouraged to seek help and speak openly. You have built trust within our community, exemplifying the compassion and dedication that define the best of law enforcement. We deeply appreciate your commitment to your peers and to the well-being of all who serve with us. Your positive impact will be felt for years to come, and we are grateful for your service. Thank you for embodying the values of our department and for making a lasting difference. Congratulations. Can we do a photo?
Scoot just a little bit more. Perfect. Ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. Perfect. Thank you.
Wonderful. Congratulations and great work. Come on up.
Good morning, Chair Shalder Hernandez, Vice Chair Chaparro, Commissioners Reynolds, Gameros, and Sanchez, Eugenia Gina Montoya Ortega, Assessor here in Doña County, accompanied by Mr. Ruben Reyes, Chief Deputy. I, like many other electeds, appointeds, staff members, did attend part of the legislative conference last week. I was in Santa Fe for the most part with our affiliate. Most of the affiliates do host meetings. We thought our focus was going to be the stakeholders meeting, equitable disclosure. However, with the voters passing Amendment 1 and 2 in November, that became our focus. This is where the veteran exemption will now go from 4,000 to 10,000. And now any veteran with any type of disability will be given some type of exemption. So this is our primary focus, as this will make a big impact to not only Doña County, but all the counties of New Mexico. I'll let Mr. Ruben Reyes go ahead and continue, as I might start to cough here a little bit. So,
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. As Ms. Ortega was saying, House Bill 47, which is the amendments that were passed last November's election to raise the veterans exemption from 4,000 to 10,000. Not only that exemption is going to be in effect, it's also the disabled veterans. They're thinking of doing it at a percentage. Right now, the disabled vets get 100%, but the legislative has to pass this to get it into increments, let's say 80%, 20%, 30%. However, we are working with our affiliate and other counties, as well as our treasurer and others in Doña County, to see how these numbers are going to impact our valuation as we go forward. And once this comes to effect, we will keep you posted, we will keep you informed, and we will run some numbers and hopefully get with the treasurer and have these numbers ready for you soon, so we can present what kind of impact our, not only Doña County as a whole, but the state as a whole is going to be hit by this bill coming up. So with that being said, we are in the middle of our rendition. We don't know if the legislation is going to pass this retroactive, which means starting 2024. If it is retroactive, that means we will have to work with the treasurer diligently to see how many veterans will be getting refunds or apply this exemption to. Again, it's still being tossed around at legislative level. So once we get a affirmative answer, we will come back and inform you of those numbers. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Yes, thank you for that, for letting us know that. It's my understanding there are about 1,500 veterans in the county. Is that pretty accurate?
Yes, but we've gotten in touch with our Veterans Commission and Santa Fe. We still don't have a very accurate number, and we're considering not only the veterans that themselves, but widows that qualify for the veterans exemption, also the disabled. We haven't gotten a definite number from the veterans of affiliate for that yet, but as far as we can tell, it's pretty close. I'd hate to say we're right on, because at this moment we're still trying to figure it out.
And being a member of the New Mexico Democratic Veterans Caucus for 4 years, I think that the number's pretty close to like 1,500. And it may be a few more, like you said, with some widows and others that we haven't identified, but I think that's all out of 200,000 people, and I don't know how many households. So I'm looking forward to seeing what those numbers are. It's cute.
Commissioner Reynolds, that 1,500 number is actually veterans that are at 100%. We actually have a 100% disabled, is that 1,500 number for Doña County. We actually have over 4,000 veterans in Doña County right now that are getting some type of exemption, meaning the $4,000, which that number will now go, once the legislation passes and decides, it's going to the 10,000. So we will have a little over 4,000 veterans in Doña County that are currently receiving the 4,000. That'll go up to the 10,000.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to get some more information about that, because it's not the statistics that I'm aware of. So yeah, I'd like to follow that. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other elected official comments? Seeing none, we'll move on to commission input. If any commissioner has any input.
Chair, Mr.
Commissioner
Chair.
Reynolds, go ahead.
Yeah, the only thing I'd like to say is we had a great Martin Luther King Jr. Breakfast the other day. It was fantastic. As a matter of fact, it's my understanding that it was attended by the most number of people that have ever attended the event this year. And so if you missed it, that was it should have been there. We also had a 1,000 women's march on Saturday, and we had a Martin Luther King Jr. March on Sunday as well. So it was a great event, and I appreciate and want to celebrate everyone who actually participated. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Gameros?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to share some information. I attended the El Paso MPO on Friday, and so I just want to let everybody know what's going on with some projects that we did approve, some language changes. One of them is the St. Francis Drive extension, the Border Highway Connector. That one, they proposed, it was previously that the Border Highway Connector will be a new 4-lane New Mexico State Highway connection on New Mexico 136 with New Mexico 273 on McNutt. They proposed to construct a new location. It's a 4-lane divided facility. And it's, the previous cost was going to be $50 million, but they're proposing $80 million. And the state of New Mexico is putting in $48 million, whereas the federal highway is putting in $72 million. The Sunland Park Drive extension, that project, it was proposed that they were going to widen from 2 to 3 lanes in each direction from State Line to McNutt and build and widen a 4-lane roadway, 2 lanes in each direction. They were going to do that from McNutt Border Highway Connector to Sunland Point of Entry. That scope was going to include a design, construction, and construction management of the roadway widening, the new roadway construction, drainage, erosion control, and the permanent signing and striping. That proposed was from the Texas state line. Now they're wanting to do the McNutt Road and from the Border Highway Connector to the Sunland Park Point of Entry. The other project is the New Mexico 498, which is an APRA area. That proposed revision is they're widening of the existing roadway from 2 lanes to 4 lanes. And that would be, the scope includes the design, the construction, and construction management of roadway reconstruction, the drainage, erosion control, and permanent signing and striping, and a shared use path to be included. That proposed previously was going to be $1,758,626. They're proposing $3,517,252. $3,517,252, and that's in the local funding. That's all. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing that, actually.
Thank you.
That was great. Okay, so Commissioner Chaparro or Commissioner Sanchez, do you have anything to add since you're joining us today?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a couple comments.
Of course, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to the public and also our county staff that showed up and supported the conversation we had with Senator Steinborn this past Friday in Doña. It was a good conversation. I know there was a lot, obviously, discussing the legislative session, but there were some other discussions, some good points, and some very good comments and suggestions by those in the public that came up. So I appreciate that they came. I do have a couple of constituent meetings that will be coming up here in the month of February. We'll be looking out in Radium Springs as well as Garfield. So please keep an eye out for the notifications on social media. We'll be working on making sure that gets out. And then finally, in terms of boards, we attended, myself and the chairman attended the Animal Service Center on the Mesilla Valley Board. I want to congratulate our chairman on being selected as vice chair for this year on the board. And just wanted to note, if those that had not already seen the news, the board had approved going to begin a search with a search consultant for our next executive director. So we'll be working on that process as we move into this calendar year. So for those that are interested, please keep an eye out for any updates from the ASCMV. Our next scheduled meeting is in April, but just wanted to at least give an update that that's where we stand on the executive director search. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Chapato, anything?
No, Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, just a couple things. We did have our New Mexico Association of Counties meeting last week where a few of our commissioners went up, as well as department heads, elected officials, and all that great stuff. We had some really great meetings, some really great information sharing. It was always great to be around our colleagues from the other 32 counties in New Mexico. So I just wanted to point that out. It was really amazing. We were able to go to the Roundhouse, have some really good conversations with our elected officials, find out exactly what their priorities are going into the 60-day session, see if they align with what priorities we have here as a county, and have a lot of those conversations. I know this was Commissioner Gameros' first one, and she was very active, and she was definitely there asking all the right questions. So shout out to you. Thank you for joining us. It was a good time. It was utterly cold, which is where I got this wonderful cough and cold and sinus thing going on. So I apologize for coughing throughout the meeting today. Also, I just wanted to say thank you for coming up and giving public comment, everyone. I was taking quite a bit of notes. I do want to say thank you to Ms. Moore for highlighting those issues within the contract. From what I am understanding, you were 100% correct. The contract has not been executed. So I have it pulled up on my screen. I'll definitely be reaching out to you to kind of have further conversations. So I want to say thank you for highlighting that for us today. And yeah, that's all for public or commission comment with me today. Anyone else have a follow-up?
Chair, I did have one follow-up that I forgot to mention during staff input whenever you would allow.
Yes, Mr. Macias.
Billy, if we could get the slide. As part of our ongoing efforts for transparency, we did want to alert the community that we do have an active repair situation that's going on in the community of Vado. It is up here. We wanted to provide the areas shown with the red dot. We have a manhole that is compromised. And so as of this weekend, our utilities crew was answering all the way into the early hours of the morning, some days as late as 2 a.m., other days as early as 12. Director Edetta and I did meet at the site together with the contractor, and we have a plan in place to be able to address the deficiency of the manhole. For the time being, the crews will be on place in the area, and they will also be putting in place what's known as a bypass, which means a large series of hoses. This area is relatively off the beaten path, being off of Holguin, but it will mean that it'll be along some of the driveways of the community. Our goal is to bury that bypass hose so that it is not becoming an issue with access, and we will continue to push out updates through our PIO's office. They can also reach our PIO if anybody in the community has any questions. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for that update. And is that on our social media and also kind of being distributed?
It will be as of today after this meeting. Yes.
Okay, perfect. As of today, perfect. So Mr. Boyer, if you can please share that on the Vado page, I'd be very appreciative of that. Okay, moving on, we do have now 3 presentations today. The first up is item number 7, which is Mamacita Cybernetica's presentation. Do we have a motion? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe you need a motion for a presentation.
You don't, yeah, I don't think so.
Oh, that's right. We're not making a vote on anything. Thank you. Okay, well, we are going to go ahead and welcome the founder, Maria Chapato. Welcome. Come on up. Oh, I like the energy already. If you can please send some of that up here to me right now. Thank you so much. This is hefty. You're good. Don't worry. If you can just use the mic, everything's just being live
Kyle
streamed.
Beaterwolf is going to help me because I could only do one thing at a time. And buenos dias, good morning. My name is Maria Chaparro, and I'm with Mamacitas Cibernéticas. And I'd like for my co-presenter to introduce himself, please.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Chair. Thanks for having us up here today. My name is Kyle Beaterwolf. I work in external affairs and charitable giving for Comcast for New Mexico.
Awesome.
So the reason we're here, commissioners, is to bring your attention to an important topic. As a community member, Ms. America Terrazas, who lives in Vado, mentioned the digital divide. And Comcast funded Mamacitas Cibernéticas to do an intensive needs assessment of the 3 communities where they are going to be working with very soon. And those communities are Chaparral, the surrounding communities of Chamberino, and the surrounding communities of Vado. And what I'd like to point out is Mamacitas Cibernéticas. It started off, and it still is a grassroots effort. And some of our partners include community members, but also people with expertise that work in the community, like Melanie Goodman, who is here today from Senator Lujan's office. And this started off with a project that stemmed from the pandemic, and that's when we really saw the digital divide in our county, in our state, and in the nation. So we decided to move forward and get funding to really see if the community had any part in decision-making. And as a result of that, we were able to get ARPA funds from the city of Sunland Park and do the same needs assessment that you have before you. And now that's led to digital literacy activities in the city of Sunland Park. But we didn't stop there, we're continuing. And our mission is to increase the digital literacy skills of the residents of Southern Doña County by facilitating community input mechanisms and strengthening invested stakeholder participation to develop and sustain these strategies for the progression of digital equity endeavors in all of the borderland. So that's what we're funded to do. And the reason why we did this is we really need our communities engaged in digital literacy. So if we can move forward to page 2. Right there, right there. Perfect. So this is our working model, and the reason it's important that we develop this model is that we are going to apply for the Piñón grant that will be released soon. Today, as a matter of fact, there's a webinar. So community engagement is our forte, but we also build capacity with the cities or the communities that we're involved in. And something important is evaluation. We always make sure that the community's voice is represented so that we can continue to assess if the communities are accessing our digital literacy services, but more important, they are the ones that say whether or not these things work. If we can go just a little bit to the rural Doña County. Okay. Something important about Doña County, it's large and most of it is rural. So something that we've seen I live in a rural area myself. I live near La Union, and we live on a private road, and it's still not paved because it's a private road. When it rains, it rains. So our quality of life challenges from the last century are still here. We're very unincorporated, and there's not enough people to really advocate for us being an incorporated community. And that leads to some of these rural communities being dependent solely on the services provided by the county. And believe it or not, some of us don't want to be dependent, but that's just our reality. Move forward. Is it slow?
Oh, it is.
Okay. So what have been our connectivity challenges? According to the state equity plan, rural and sparse populations, and here again, they exist in Doña County, we have been, there's not enough internet service providers, and excuses are, well, there's not enough people there, so we really get by with what is there. So what that led Comcast to do is really assess some of these community needs, and I'll let Kyle talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I have the opportunity to do a lot of this work across New Mexico, but I think all of us would agree, right, that every single community is going to be a little different. When we're currently working with the OBI, the Office of Broadband and Expansion, on expanding our broadband network to these areas listed here in Doña County. But as we were continuing to talk to community members, we learned that a lot of the issues that are going to be addressed in this report were apparent. So we knew that we were going to work with a community just member like Maria to come in and do this needs assessment to give us opportunities and show us results as to where we as an ISP can come in to answer some of these challenges, but then also how we can partner with county, with other ISPs to address all the issues.
And something that I want to point out about Kyle is his commitment that it's community driven. So when we did the first assessment in Sunland Park, what spurred that action was the survey that the county did do during the pandemic to see how many of our households were connected to internet. But that was the only question. How many households have internet? Was it reliable? We went a step more and really dug into what are other barriers and facilitators that make communities have access to broadband. So right here where it says, as of September 2024, no known documentation of digital inclusion and equity needs had been conducted in the aforementioned rural communities. And what that means is no one asked, are there computers at community centers? Are there community centers in these rural areas? What kind of digital literacy classes are there? Are there any digital literacy classes? Are there digital literacy classes in Spanish? Because remember, we live along the US-Mexico border. A lot of our people speak Spanish only. So that is what Comcast funded Mamacitas to do. And I think it's a beautiful example of how a global media technology company, community engagement experts, and community partners come together to listen and also really document the information that you all and other entities, stakeholders need to really plan for digital inclusion and equity in this county and also in the state. So with that, what did we decide to do? So we used the funding, if you can go a little bit more, to find the information. So our objective was find community partners, and again, one of our community partners was Miss America Terrazas. She was tasked to identify people living in her area that felt least connected to broadband. And then after we got that information from these focus groups, from Chamberino, from Vado, from Chaparral, I wrote it up into the product that you have before you. And now we're in phase 3, which is we're disseminating the heck out of this information because it's not just useful in Doña County. It's useful to, I want to say, the majority of New Mexico because we are a rural state. Okay. So we hope, it's slow. So that's just a visual representation of our goal, where we did, how we did it, why we did it, and what we hope will be the impact and outcomes is that this report could and should be used for the implementation of digital navigation services. And digital navigation is just how to provide services to people that don't know how to use the internet, computers, or even their own devices. And again, these are rural communities, so we hope that we could reach at least 300 people once these services are developed. Okay. So our methods, old school community engagement. Miss America had already a network of people that were her neighbors, her friends, her families. She invited them to become part of this focus group. The same in Chaparral. I partnered up with Marta Payan, who's a promotora de salud out in Chaparral. She recruited people that thought would be good as far as giving input to the digital divide. And our folks in Chamberino Cares, and we had that in the fire station because Chamberino has no community center. And what follows is just a lot of information of statistics, and it's a little much to kind of take in. So maybe just if you have any questions, let me know at the end of the presentation. But yeah, keep going. So this is how many people we had. We had some in Vado, Chamberino, and Chaparral. And we asked survey, the questions came from a survey that is on the New Mexico Connect website. We wanted to make all the information usable. Something interesting about Chaparral, and I believe, Mr. Reynolds, you are the commissioner for Chaparral? Who is? I'm sorry.
I am, yes, ma'am.
Yes? Okay, if you can scroll up a little bit to show them. Okay, right there. Yeah. Chaparral, something interesting is, remember that Chaparral, some of the town is in Otero County and the other part is in Doña County. And there were representation from both communities there. So I just want to point that out. A lot of people, the majority say the cost of internet is too expensive. So that was a major finding. And then here, it just demonstrates the kind of information we collected, and all of the population groups there are considered the covered populations for the state. So Doña County has people that are the highest at risk that have been considered those that have least likely access to the internet or cannot navigate the internet. So more questions. If there's something in particular that strikes you, that'd be fine, but all of this is how I'm going to use for my proposal to the state. And something interesting that we also captured twice in the survey was we asked the folks, what do you use the internet for? And the majority of people said we use it to help with our kids' homework. They get directions from it. They pay bills, GED classes. They use it for daily use, media and entertainment. They like the YouTube. They communicate with my children or the children, because a lot of these folks, children do not live in Chaparral, in Chamberino, or in Vado. Did you have a question, Mr. Hernandez? Yes, isn't it fabulous? We have some on our property all the time. So the next portion is what I want to bring your attention to. In Sunland Park, when we did this assessment, the number one biggest barrier that the Sunland Park people said was the lack of digital skills. Here, it's affordability. So that's one main difference from the original. And right there, something interesting here, just a little bit up, poquito más. Arriba, no, the other way. Ahí está. Okay. Something there in the part that you see all the little buildings, the asterisk says all accessed outside of their community. And the question is, what public spaces are you aware of that provide free access to the internet? People have to travel outside of their community to access the internet. So that's a major barrier. If you can't have your internet in your home, you have to get in a car, and that's whether or not you have a car to go and maybe pay your bills. Our veteran that lived in Chamberino says he doesn't even know how to navigate the darn thing, let alone have it in his house. So this was something that I want to point out to this board, to the commissioners, but also to the community. Okay. So here, we asked, what kind of devices do you regularly have access to? The majority of people say they have smartphones. So anecdotal data with that is, some of them said, yes, my son bought me this, but I don't really know how to use the darn thing, okay? Another thing I want to point out is people have said, well, why don't you give them laptops? And everybody needs a laptop. You can't start with something that they still fear. You have to start with a device that they already have and then make sure that they know how to use it well before the community is ready to move forward with acquiring another device. So I just want to point that out. In any future digital literacy classes, it is essential that we teach our community how to use what they have, and in this instance, it's their smartphone. The last graph says that the majority of people do not know where to find technical support for their personal devices when they need it. Okay? So what did we find? So we talked to these 3 communities. I recorded everything on my phone. I went home and just listened and themed it out. So we asked another important question, which was the same on the survey, just to make sure that we had a lot more information to put into this report. And we asked, what do you use the internet for? Hobbies, ESL classes. This one was very interesting because it was different from the Sunland Park one. They researched medical terms, prescribed medicines, and treatment options. The majority of our participants in the 3 focus groups were senior citizens. So they're on, I'm on 3 different medications myself. So these individuals have more than that, but they would do the research. They also maintain communication with their child's teachers. They communicate with children outside, and they look up directions. Okay. So instead of asking the same questions all over again that we did in Sunland Park, I gave them handouts that featured these 2 questions. In Sunland Park, what the community wants to learn is listed there. And in Sunland Park, these are the barriers to digital learning skills, okay? So then when I asked them to respond to that in table 2, we see some more information that was different. This group really was, for lack of a better word, they're really freaked out with the internet. They are afraid of being hacked. So their security and safety on the internet was one of the most important things that they want to learn about, and how to use apps. So there's this willingness to learn, even though they are scared of the internet and technology, they want to learn. They also want to learn the differences with devices and pros and cons with having a cell phone and maybe a laptop or a tablet. And they want to be able to learn these devices to respond to emergency situations. And then entertainment. This was from the Chamberino group. They feel very nostalgic and losing what was part of their childhood. So they said, we want the oldies and the goodies there, and we know we can get it on the internet. So these are the new 3 things that these new communities want to learn. Okay, so when I asked the question, what are the barriers for digital inclusion and digital equity? This is something very important, okay? The participants' responses to being asked this really focused on structural realities, such as the community's current social, economic, political, and physical environment. And it's important to note that the communities, this is their perceptions, and I'm just reporting what they said. And it's their perceptions of how local governments, learning institutions, and internet service providers view and treat rural and Spanish-speaking residents, which they feel can impact future attempts to achieve digital inclusion, okay? So when I saw this, I said, okay, this is their reality. Whether they are right or wrong is not the issue. It's their perceptions that are real. Okay,
So that's the first step that needs to take place. What is the dialogue that this governance will take with them, okay? Another thing, the communities did offer potential solutions, which is something important. They just didn't complain, even though their complaints are legitimate. They also offered solution. And in our previous work with Sunland Park, we honored their palabras, their words. And these are words that were expressed the way they were expressed here. And I didn't do any vigorous analysis. There was no P group or whatever. It was just listening and theming. So the shared barriers that all three communities have is the lack of reliable and affordable internet. And I included a quote from each community to back that up. The other barrier was lack of infrastructure for community centers with devices and transportation. Okay? And then the last one was lack of digital skills. So those are the three main barriers. Now, when I was analyzing the focus groups, I said, okay, each community deserves its own page and just focus on this. So here in Chamberino, the structural barriers that exist are physical, geographical, and their environment, and also the lack of internet. And I like this quote from and I put consequence experience because this is their life right now, that the internet providers have told us that there are too many trees on my property and that Chamberino has too many trees that interfere with wireless internet. So you're going to solve that, right? Okay. So the exploring solutions from the community use the information from this report to mobilize the community, request capital outlay money, which can be used for infrastructure and development, especially for a much needed community center with efficient broadband and devices. So we can go down. Another structural barrier is the social, economic, and political circumstances that exist in Chamberino and the surrounding communities. Affordable internet. This quote from this parent that had to take her child out of Gadsden Independent School District, and now they're in El Paso and doing 60 miles round trip just because there's no affordable or reliable internet in the Chamberino area. And then the last barrier, lack of incentives to promote community participation. Sometimes these kinds of activities depend on community mobilization, but these communities sometimes say, we don't even have the resources, and I already volunteer, and I give, and I give, and I give. And I feel that some communities are just tired of giving. So think about what kind of incentives can the county offer or internet service providers offer to keep the momentum going. And then the last digital barrier here was lack of digital skills. And here's a quote from our veteran, okay? So he has a nephew that is willing to teach him how to navigate the internet. The nephew, though, is too young to participate in any county-run youth programs. He's only 14, but this young man, if we can give him an incentive to teach his elders, that would be golden. That's what we need. So the next one, please. So this is Chaparral. Ooh, Chaparral. Okay. Structural barriers that exist in Chaparral: physical, geographical, environmental, political. Their main thing, lack of affordable internet. They also are feeling very isolated and unsupported by Doña and Otero County governments, elected officials, Doña Community College, and Gadsden Independent School District. The first quote I feel is very important, that the kids go to the district and this parent has to pray that they get a good teacher that understands their circumstance because their internet is not reliable. And it's just heartbreaking that there's no resources there. They do want to work with GISD and all those that are mentioned there. They want the opportunity to offer these kinds of solutions and feedback. They just feel that they've never had the opportunity to be heard or seen. You can scroll a little bit down. Social, economic, and political. Fear of accessing services due to immigration status. The community is already disappointed with GISD. This is what was said to me at the very end of the focus group. Problems with the sheriff, profiling, questions about whether we live in Otero or Doña, and discrimination. Now there may be this opportunity, digital inclusion, but we no longer trust that it could be true. If you can go up a little bit. So how to remove that barrier? Well, remove the barriers for accessing services by not asking where you live. Don't ask about your immigration status or what language you speak. To them, it was very clear what some solutions are. They also feel bureaucracies related to accessing community centers is a barrier. And that's just an example of what they said here. And then lack of digital skills and Spanish instructors. And let me tell you from my experience as well, I'm very surprised that there are not more resources in Spanish and incentives to encourage Spanish speaking or bilingual people to really use our skills to help our Spanish speaking community. So that's something that you should consider, alrighty? And then lastly, the community of Vado del Cerro. Their structural barriers is physical and geographic and environmental. They feel that there are lack of free online services. This is a funny quote, not funny, I shouldn't say that. This is an interesting quote. There used to be community computers here, and Kyle was there at the Vado del Cerro Community Center yesterday. And then one day they were gone. Maybe it was a lack of community participation, but what was missing was any kind of communication from the county that the services were in jeopardy of being closed. The community didn't have the chance to respond or make the decision together to continue or discontinue the services. Many of us were surprised, okay? So here are some solutions. The community wants to work together with the county because I know that that community center is managed by the county, but how to be more equitable, how to be more transparent is what I feel the community wants. If you can scroll up. Social, economic, and political barriers. The community has feelings of being patronized by the county. The lack of feeling ownership of the Vado del Communities, the Vado del Cerro Community Center, lack of communication and transparency, and lack of community engagement to learn and utilize services. So they also acknowledge that they have to participate in order for these services to keep going, and they'll take ownership of that, okay? So here, what I did was I merged what we learned in Sunland Park with what we learned here. So this was the Sunland Park community assessment. So this information, I put it here. That way it's all in one place. So we can quickly go through this, Kyle. So, and the purpose was just to have it all in one place and you all also be aware of the other things that other border communities mentioned. Okay, if you could go up. There's Chaparral. Keep going, barriers, utilizing services. Youth as helpers, here's a way that I feel you guys and people here should really be interested in supporting our youth so that they could become digital navigators. And in the Sunland Park community, the idea of Chicos Cibernéticos is now a reality. We have 2 digital navigators, Spanish speaking, that help our elderly in the community of Sunland Park. So again, in listening to the communities and in designing digital equity programs and designing digital navigation services, These are components that need to be taken into consideration when you are going to move forward and make these services a reality. Number one, and I call them community-centric, okay? Because if they're not community-centric, then don't be surprised if the community does not participate. So one important thing is community engagement. How is the county interpret community engagement? How does the Gadsden Independent School District determine that? How do Doña Community College determine that? Well, here is one of the best definitions of community engagement that exists. The next one, community accountability, this was something the community said this time around. Again, they know that if they don't go, you can make the beautiful community center, but if the community doesn't go, then yeah, it's common sense that some services will stop. So they realize that they need to participate, that they are also accountable for these services if they are going to be developed. The next one, age-appropriate and culturally competent curriculum. This quote here also resonates with the Sunland Park one. They do not feel comfortable going to Doña Community College. The schedule is off, but also they feel intimidated by groups of people that are younger than them. So the classes we give in Sunland Park and the classes that should be developed for these three communities should really look at what are their learning needs. Free digital literacy classes and a variety of schedules. That's really important. Some people have time in the morning. The senior citizens that we work with in Sunland Park don't want evening classes. They say, no way, we're already tired and you need to get us when our minds are sharp. So we have morning classes with that community. So in turn, these classes, hopefully that will be developed, will take that into consideration. Incentives to promote community participation, very important. We are offering devices as a way to help the community or incentivize the community to attend consistently. And we've already given 5 devices in Sunland Park to community members, and they're very, very happy. And a variety of no-cost digital navigation services. Some people have said, I don't want to go to a class, but I have my bills here and the electric company, everything is online. I want someone to help me pay it. And that's where our youth digital navigator comes in, and she has office hours in Sunland Park. And then the last component that is very important is affordable or no-cost internet. Something that I've heard, it's not the last thing, it's ongoing support, okay? Something that I've heard from people say over and over again, and I've said it too in a community meeting, is that the internet, having the internet in our home has become a basic need. It's something that we can't do without. And then ongoing support, just in case there's a community member that needs help, we need to have someone's to be able to help them. This photo there is our class from last semester in the city of Sunland Park. We had an end of the semester celebration, and look at these people. There's my mother-in-law in the front row. And it was really beautiful and fun. So now the next part. So in listening to the community, here are some of the recommendations that I feel should be the next steps. So number one, that the leadership in this county and also other leaderships with GISD, with DACC, please use this information. I mean, we put a lot of work into it, and it's your primary data from your residents that live in your county. It's not made up. Please use it to develop and incorporate a strong digital equity strategy in the county's overall strategic plan so that this can improve the quality of life in rural communities. And this is taking a look at who you've got, who you don't got, what resources you all have, and move forward from there. Number two, design these literacy programs based on the key components I just went over and best practices so that you can have local community-centric digital literacy activities. Again, this report, use it as a blueprint. It's already proved successful in Sunland Park. It can prove successful elsewhere. And then identify and support key positions at all of these levels to collaborate with the community for important next steps and planning that can address the structural barriers. Remember their perceptions, how to clarify all of that. And plan to incentivize community participation and develop partnerships to ensure accountability with both partners, county, DACC, GISD officials, and rural residents. Number four, I would encourage you to actively participate in the New Mexico Office of Broadband and Expansion updates for updates and future fundings, and how to participate in the New Mexico Council's Digital Equity, Accessibility, and Inclusion Work Group. I am a member, Kyle is a member, Melanie Goodman is a member of that work group. And number five,
Yeah, number five, you'll see, I think as a part of this, right, it's going to take private industry to come in as a taking responsibility owners to implement some of these digital literacy tasks. And I think at the root of this, right, is there's two parallel roads going on. One is expansion, right? We need to get internet and broadband to folks' house. But as you can see in the report, I think the second parallel road is making sure folks feel comfortable and safe and have the skills to be able to use this technology to participate fully in the digital world. And as you can see in number five, it's going to take all of us, including private industry, investing in this area, particularly in the rural communities.
And number six, please consider the Mamacitas Cibernéticas team as a local resource to assist in this. We are local. I live here. Doña County has been the home of my ancestors for at least 8 generations or more. I have an invested interest in this because this is where I live. Next one. So the conclusion, internet access is being evaluated by the American Public Health Association as a social determinant of health. But here in New Mexico, we've already identified that the internet is a basic need in our modern society, but many of our residents, especially rural residents, we are not included. So in order to promote digital exploration to increase quality of life issues, communities must be equal partners in planning, implementation, and evaluation of services that are aimed to close this gap. Establishing partnerships from all sectors, as Kyle mentioned, is crucial. So we have the tools to do that. The partnership between Comcast and Mamacitas Cibernéticas of Southern Doña County demonstrates a realistic example of how funding and backing of resources can amplify the power of community engagement so that could be used to define our internet challenges, but more importantly, to offer solutions to overcoming structural barriers that hinder the active participation of rural communities in the 21st century. So it's now up to us to use the findings of the report to focus in on the key components and create and deliver these services for our community. We are a resource for you. The stage is now set for continued dialogue for community-centric digital literacy and navigation services. What can hinder these? Well, the threats are status quo, not doing anything, and county and school district service delivery systems, gatekeeping attitudes regarding which communities should have access to services, siloed mentalities that keep resources from reaching all rural residents. So the days of offering free hotspots, remember that, as convenient solutions, that's over. That's 2020. Community centers with no computers is not acceptable. Rural communities, we want to feel empowered, not dependent, but we know we need support. And finally, it's now residents, governments, elected officials, policymakers, learning institutions, internet service providers, we need to be held accountable for our actions or our lack of actions in our journey toward digital equity in our region. And that includes me and the team. People have lost confianza. We seek transparency, and we want to witness how these voices in this report really translate into results. Gente, this can be done, and we can count on the willingness of all to make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for presenting this information. This is really great, and I really love how you made it digestible. So with that being said, I think one of the takeaways that I came away from is in representing the southern part of the community, which is, you didn't really touch on it very much, but La Mesa, San Miguel, even Mesilla Park. I live in Mesilla and I don't have high-speed internet access. I was on Fastwave for years, which is questionable at best most days when you have children trying to do homework. So I definitely understand that, and I definitely understand the lack of equity in the way that we have internet access in Doña. So I'm really glad to see that put into, like I said, a digestible guide here that we can kind of look at and see how it ties into our strategic plan, which I think this really does tie into our strategic plan really well. So I'm hoping that county staff really uses this as kind of, I don't want to say the Bible, but definitely uses this as a very good roadmap on how to move forward. And just putting it out there in the realm of public comment, and also what we're doing here is that we've been focusing on standing up our own youth commission here in Doña. It's something that I think would be a really great thing to bring community together, bring youth, and putting those youth leadership roles or youth individuals within our community that are younger to say, they're the up and coming, they're the ones that can help facilitate a lot of these conversations, and maybe charging them with putting on classes for the individuals within their community that maybe don't know how to access and by the way, the El Paso Electric website is the worst website known to man. I am the first person to say that out loud, but being able to digest that and say, here's your 5-step guide on how to pay your bill online. This is your 5-step guide on how to access your property taxes online. Those are things that our youth commission can possibly look at and say, we're going to put these together. We're going to make them readily accessible at the community centers, readily accessible online. I think that would be really great. And it kind of handles not a lot, but it handles a couple of those points that you made in here about not feeling comfortable. I know that in some of our community centers, not all, we have put in, if you will, quote unquote, computer labs. I think that's the direction that a lot of the commission is going, and a lot of the communities are asking for those resources. So I think looking at that and making sure that, if they don't feel safe streaming their web at home, we can make sure that they're on a safe space at the community center. It's not being tracked by any means. They don't have to, I saw a lot of questions on immigration status within this document, and thank you for raising those concerns, but making sure that, here's a computer. You're not logging in. You're not giving your personal information. You feel comfortable accessing the internet. You feel comfortable paying a bill, ordering a book online, doing some research, understanding what's going on. I think that's really important. So hopefully there's some really good tie-ins here. And I really do appreciate all the work that you've done. I think you had 43 participants. 43-ish? 42. 42 participants. I think that's great. Hopefully we can use this as a good start, and then maybe tap you in the future and say, time to go north, or, time to go off of the mesa and find out exactly what's going on up there too. But I just want to say thank you for bringing this information in a digestible way. I appreciate it, and I hope that we can find some good tie-ins, especially with that youth commission. I think there's some really great ways that we can put them to work when we get them going. So thank you. Commissioners, anything else?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds, go ahead.
You know, I remember about 4 or 5 years ago, we actually had a ribbon cutting down at Del Cerro. Jamie, I think you were there, weren't you? With, was it Comcast or CenturyLink? That said that they got $32 million in order to put fiber to all the houses south of Las Cruces. And I know at that point, I asked the question of the people that were talking about it and doing a ribbon cutting from, I think it was Comcast, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. And I said, what are your plans and how are you going to actually take this $32 million and connect all these houses? I was also concerned about the fact that running fiber to this person, but not this person, would actually create some sort of confusion. And we have not had a presentation from Comcast about how they're using that money and what the progress is. And I think with $32 million that was invested by, I think, with our ARPA funds or something else, I can't remember. But I remember the ribbon cutting definitely and being there and saying that that was supposed to put fiber pretty much all over the southern part of this county. I'd certainly like to get an update on that. Before I don't want to delve on that too much because that's something we just have to figure out. But I want to say, Maria, and thank you guys very much. This is really good information. I think your sample group is small, which probably doesn't reflect everyone, but certainly it seems like the information you provided does reflect the overall perception of what's going on. Okay, and so there's no way to even, there's no challenging that. I think the information you have is accurate and correct because I get the same thing from my constituents in Chaparral and other places in Vado. Something that most people don't know is that we've started trying to put more internet services like cameras and digital access to our community centers. Well, when I came here 7 years ago, we didn't have high enough internet to actually put any kind of electronic connection out to any of our community centers or our fire stations. So in the last 7 years, since I've been on this board, 6 years, sorry, I've been on this board, we've made tremendous strides as a county to provide reliable, sufficiently fast internet to most of our community centers and our county buildings. So when you say, why can't we get people in the community centers and get them trained? Well, we don't have high enough service to even do our own business there generally, and we've not had that until just recently. And we're at a point now in the last 24 months where we've really focused a lot of effort in trying to make sure that our facilities were able to support just what you need, which is the ability to educate people and provide free internet access in our community centers. I still don't believe we're there, but I know that we're moving diligently in order to make that available, and we do recognize it's a problem. Some of the things I don't think we've had addressed properly and sufficiently is the language barrier. And I think even as a county, I think we fall short on that, and I think I've always said that. And the fact that we have citizens out there who don't read English and don't have access to English or don't understand English resources, I don't think we provide enough services to meet their needs, especially in the southern part of the county. So I agree with you there. I agree with the chair that this document will hopefully help us to incorporate a lot of the things you brought to our attention into our master plan, our future plan, and it will diligently move forward to address this and make it more available to our community. I agree as well, and I've said this since I took this position, that internet in our community is a basic need that everyone has to have in the 21st century. And if we don't have that, I think that we are holding back our entire community from being able to prosper and grow as a community and access the services freely as they should be. So even though we're making an effort, I don't think it's enough. I think we still have to do more, and this certainly helps to point that out. And I agree also that finding computers at our community centers has been like finding hen's teeth. It's not very easy to do. So thank you very much for the report. Appreciate the presentation. And hopefully we'll be able to get something back from Comcast on their progress to make sure that we're partnering on this and get some more information about where the money's at and where it's going and what's happening. And thank you again very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Gomez.
Hi, I just want to thank you and the individuals that helped you collect all this information and going into these communities. Those 3 of those are in my district, and I really do appreciate that because when I was campaigning last year, that was one of the factors that I heard a lot from people down in those areas, the lack of internet, obviously the other infrastructure, but that was a big main complaint that people had. And it's true that, you know, the Spanish speakers, they feel like they're ignored as well down there in my area. And that's one thing I was promising them that I want to represent everybody in my community. I want them to have that voice, and I want to be the voice for them. And I'm glad that they have people out there like you and America Terrazas, you know, out there helping people get their voice out. I have an invested interest as well in the internet access. You know, I have family, you know, I'm from Chambirino, and I live in Anthony. Even in living in Anthony, we have an issue, and I do believe that the prices for internet is expensive. You know, my mother lives out there in what they consider the Bosque area in O'Hara, and just trying to get internet out there as well was pretty difficult. You know, you're getting that satellite internet, which is sketchy. You know, it drops a lot. And fortunately, now they have T-Mobile, which is at least kind of giving them some relief in that aspect. But, you know, I really do feel the same way as the chair and Commissioner Reynolds, that we do need better internet out there and accessible internet. And I love the idea of training individuals as well and using the youth to help in that aspect. Because the youth they know this technology. I'm like even I'm not tech savvy at all. I used to be when I was younger. Now I'm like, you know, with my daughters or anybody that I see is, you know, working the phone, I'm like, okay, what did I do wrong? You know, can you help me out with this? So I know that the elderly need help. You know, my mom is 81 years old, and she has a cell phone and she uses that. And she really tries, you know, and she's like, show me how to use this. And we show her how to use it. And there's times where like she actually knows a little bit more than I do, you know, so it would just be really nice if we can get this. And I really hope that the county, you know, can come through and help out in this process, because I really do feel that this is really needed out there in the rural areas. So thank you so much.
Aquí estoy para servirles.
Thank you. Gracias.
Wonderful. Commissioner Chaparro.
Yes, good morning, Ms. Chaparro. And yes, I am related to Ms. Chaparro. But first of all, I'd like to thank you, Maria. I think that the information that you gathered along with your group and the individuals, to me, is so profound and so important. And you actually tied in the information to the question I was going to ask you about the strategic plan. So I'm going to ask Mr. Andrews and Mr. Macias to incorporate the information that Ms. Maria Chaparro is supplying. This is the most profound information I've received regarding tying this to a strategic plan that I've ever heard as a commissioner for the last 4 years. In fact, I had asked a question of a previous individual regarding how many of my constituents have been asked to participate or asked for opinions in my district, and the answer was none. So to be able to include an organization such as yours, Ms. Chaparro, is very important to me, and I would love to have you go into my district and ask what is happening. I'm aware of it, but to have a presentation at such a profound level as what you've done is exceptional. And I congratulate you for it, and thank you, Comcast, for being there. Thank you, Kyle. But if we can include Ms. Chaparro and her mamacitas and Comcast and have them give us some input into the strategic plan and include them as partners, to me would be so significant. So thanks again.
You're very welcome, Prima.
Thank you. Of course.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, our Board of County Commission. Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Rosie Natividad. I'm founder and CEO of Insight Network, and I support the county in its grant writing and strategic planning initiatives. And to echo Commissioner Chaparro's remarks about how profound this data collection and activities were, is the exact reason why Insight was so excited to partner with Mamacitas and bring this forward for discussion. For the commissioners that have been able to go to the trainings, we've been discussing with you all and adopting different vital conditions to spur this exact participation in what we're calling equity action labs or multi-solving labs. So what Maria had presented from recommendations 1 through 6, Insight Network in partnership with the county have discussed kicking off a series of equity action labs where we bring together internet service providers, Doña County Community College, the county departments, et cetera, and start talking about actually making this happen. It is already integrated into the strategic plan, specifically affecting our different departments of information technology, health and human services, facilities and services, as community centers have been an integral part of our transformative efforts to bring digital connectivity to community, et cetera. And I'd also like to share that the departments had been very much working towards this effort with Mamacitas from September to December of last year, learning more about the challenges. And was very excited to work with Mamacitas to bring them forward for this presentation. We'd love to kick off those labs and present the findings at the State of the County address in April, May. And we are very much looking forward to figuring out how we can collaborate in grant writing efforts with community-based organizations such as Mamacita. So again, just want to say thank you. This is the exact example of what community evaluation looks like. And just stating for the record, you know, we want to make sure that when we do survey for strategic planning, it is extremely inclusive. So Insight Network, when we were first contracted, had not done that because you will lose the voice of the most marginalized. While the sample is small of 42 individuals, these 42 individuals probably would not have had their voice heard in traditional surveying methods. And you can see why they are so profound in their feedback and their responses. So these methods of grassroots community-owned evaluation is what's so transformative in informing strategic plans. So I just want to thank you for all the hard work you've done and for informing our work since we've started connecting in last year. It is fun.
Awesome. Mr. Macias, do you have anything to add?
Chair, did you want to ask Commissioner Sanchez if he had anything?
Commissioner Sanchez? I think he had to hop off for a little bit.
If I may, I was just going to provide some updates related
Yes,
to
please.
this. So Commissioner Reynolds, or Chair and Commissioner Reynolds, you are correct. We did have a series of ribbon cuttings. I think we call them cable cuttings just to be kind of funny in conjunction with some of Mr. Butterwolf's colleagues. And that was Aaron Muffalato, who works in the Government Affairs Department, Kate Sneed, and Julianne Fairs. And so our relationship has been growing from the county perspective for a couple of years now in terms of being at some of those. I do just want to share for the sake of the commissioners that weren't with us and are covering that area now, as well as the public, that a lot of those early on discussions had to do with how do we help and support with growing out the backbone fiber network in that community. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to be able to support fiber directly to every home, but what it did mean in that moment was for us to be able to put a voice and a face to those FCC maps that we all saw were outdated. And when I say that, all that means is that on one corner of a community, maybe if you live wherever you are, you got great access to fiber, but FCC didn't take into account that across the street you weren't getting anything, or some of the geographical disparities across the community. So one of the things that we did about 2 years ago is we said that we're open for business with every ISP or internet service provider in the community. That was when I supported and oversaw the IT department at that time. So Director Kent continues to work, as does ACM Weir, in some of those efforts. And the goal is to create that backbone in a way that we're able to work not only to build it out over aerial in community like some of our partners at El Paso Electric, but also that when we're going along and tearing up roads, that we think about a dig once policy to be able to put in either what's known as dark fiber or empty conduit to be able to support that. One of the things that is probably not a bit much of a secret is that it was not as much of an interest to build out fiber or internet in these communities because they saw the average income. And some of those did not purport to say that they might be able to afford, but now we're looking at this from a different lens as there is interest in federal funding, as well as building it out and creating a level of access that we all need. And to Ms. Natividad's point and to address some of the questions that Commissioner Chaparro has, it is integrated in terms of the vital conditions or strategic plan that the commission previously voted on. Specifically, it's in the basic needs for health and human safety when we talk about access. It's also in lifelong learning ideologies as well as meaningful work in health, because a lot of us see that we need access in order to be able to go forward. And then just a couple of other thoughts. When it comes, this is probably a good time to plug the FCC's E-rate program. For those that do have access in community, that allows for discounted services, not only for schools and libraries, but also individuals where they qualify. I know our delegation is well versed with this because they pushed it out in community, not only Ms. Goodman, but also Mr. Romo from those offices, and are always trying to make sure that people get connected. There's also the concept that we are working in partnership with the Office of Broadband Expansion, or OBI, which is a state office. We will be co-hosting at least one of the representatives and providing access county-wide so that they can be more in community and help us with the build-out. And that was one of the reasons that we were at that ribbon cutting down in the south. And we'll also work with our partners in the city of Sunland Park, because they also have to provide their input and have their fair share on how they utilize the existing utilities and roadways out there. And then last but not least, this is a little bit of a personal plug, but in my outside, I guess, activities or volunteership, I also was the first TechSpark fellowship under Microsoft. And what we have up here on as part of those efforts is that there's this concept with this square of working with government, nonprofits, and business. So muchas gracias, Senora Chaparro, for helping us with that, as well as Comcast. And we can continue to push that out under maybe some of the initiatives and pending more feedback and direction from the county manager on how we wrap this into some of the economic development opportunities. I have a little bit of money as a fellow under that Microsoft program, so maybe we can talk a little bit after this meeting and see how we can program some of those classes and leverage Microsoft's TechSpark campus, which is co-located across the border in El Paso, but also in the international border of Ciudad Juarez, and I'm happy to share those resources as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Just one more thing I just wanted to share. Our county commissioners are adopting vital conditions. This issue of closing the digital divide is considered a cross-cutting solution across all the vital conditions. So I appreciated Commissioner Gameros being supportive of signing up and being part of the Natural Thriving World, and then also working with Commissioner Reynolds in belonging and civic muscle, as those are two of the main components. So looking forward to working with all the commissioners on this component. And then as a result of this presentation, I'm already getting feedback from community. I'm looking forward to talking to some of the other community members in the ones that were discussed today, and including more information. So thanks to the community that's already reaching out.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your presentation today. We really do appreciate it. And hopefully we'll be able to leverage this relationship to get some really great stuff done. Thank you.
There's a lot of work to be done, that's for sure.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, next up is going to be our county's transitional supportive housing presentation. And we do have our director of HHS here, Ms. Michael. Welcome.
Good morning again. County Health and Human Services Director Jamie Michael, and I have with me our community partners. We have Community of Hope is here, La Clinica de Familia, and then our consultant Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute. So they're all joining me up here. And Elizabeth, thank you. I'm going to jump into our presentation. Again, this is just to initially share some information with you about one of our county's new initiatives. We are still in the design and development phase, but want to keep the commission updated as we move through each of these steps. We are looking at transitional supportive housing. So it is a project that is not only housing for people who are experiencing homelessness, but also the supportive piece, which includes medical services, behavioral health services, and other social supports. This first slide is just a diagram of the property across the street, just showing that there's been some work done to design a space that includes buildings, that includes outdoor activities, outdoor living space, and then the full vision is for possible future expansion with an additional building. So this is just to help you conceptualize the dirt lot across the street on Motel Boulevard. Here are some photos. The mobile home that you see there is one of the modular buildings that will be repurposed for the housing piece of this. There's the photo of the outside, and then there's a photo of the inside that shows it's from like the living room area. It shows the kitchen and the dining room, so it's a shared living space. But each of those modular buildings have 4 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms, so 4 private bathrooms. And then the other photo is just a mock-up from some work we did with the architects. Again, we want to make sure that we're not envisioning these modular buildings on a dirt lot. We want to create some very attractive, very useful outdoor living space for people to receive services, for people to eat dinner, whatever living experiences and space you need. Having outdoor space is not only appropriate for population that we're serving, but also a COVID-safe practice. So outdoor space is a focus of this project. The unmet need. So our department, actually the county several years ago, signed on to be part of the National Stepping Up initiative. The goal of that is to reduce the number of people in the county jail that have untreated mental illness or who are cycling through the county jail because of an inability to access services. So we have several diversion programs, and what we see most of the time with people that we're serving through those diversion programs is they need housing, treatment, and supportive services. And if you don't have all 3 of those together, we don't do a very good job of meeting the need. We know that housing options, especially for this population, are currently very limited. Right now, staff scramble to make calls to people who are kind enough to donate funds, such as Athena and her partners in the community, so we can put people up in motels. That is not a very sustainable model. It's not a very supportive model for people. And we looked at 12 months worth of data at the detention center. We just looked at people who were arrested and charged with misdemeanor crimes, and in 1 year there were 450 bookings, and those folks listed no home address. So we know that there is a fairly large unmet need for these types of housing and supportive services. Some more data from the 3 primary diversion programs that our department coordinates. First is AOT. Again, we looked at several months of data. We had 69 people in the program, and 30% of those folks had housing needs. So these were the people that we were scrambling to put up in motels, if lucky. If not, there were no services. Again, the RISE program, which again is people leaving the detention center between August and October. That time frame, there were 185 participants, and 35% of them needed housing services. And the same thing with the recent competency diversion pilot project. About 44% of those folks at that time needed housing services as they entered in the program. So we know there is a documented need for this type of program. Some of the resources that we have. We were able to use state funds last year to purchase 2 acres across the street. We are able to repurpose 2 modular buildings that the county already owns. We have existing contracts for housing and behavioral health services with local partners. We have some successful jail diversion programs, and we have a process for connecting people to the services. We also have the ability to use some of the emergency housing vouchers, and we have very knowledgeable partners and clear best practice models to build from. As part of that process, we contracted with Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute to help us set some design and come up with a vision for the project. So I'm going to invite Josue to share with you an overview of what he did with us, and you all received the full report via email last week. So Josue, do you want to share with us? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Josue La Chica. I work for the Paso Norte Center at the Meadows Mental Health Policy Institute. I am, as Jamie indicated, we came in as consultants to help with the design of this particular project. The overall vision and design, it was really to try to gather best practices and that are designed to particularly assist folks that are coming out of jail systems and reentering a community that oftentimes have co-occurring mental health and substance use needs along with housing needs and other things. So these models exist, and part of what we're looking at was to work with the community, work with the county to look at what the systems currently look like and what are the best practices that exist currently around the country. The supportive transitional housing model, it's intended to serve single adults, in this case, that are exiting the county detention center that are experiencing homelessness. So the complexities are going to be well known within the jail systems, and the idea is to work with them as they exit so that they do, as Jamie indicated, exit into assistance that's going to help them begin treatment and continue to get housing. This program is a 6-month program by design. There are different models that you will see that work towards the unhoused individuals, specifically with reentry diversion populations such as these that we're talking about. The transition model works well. As Jamie has indicated, there is a continuous challenge to house, for numerous reasons, to house this particular population and to maintain housing. So the supportive housing, it's an evidence-based practice, well-established, and it combines affordable housing and supportive services to help people with the co-occurring needs as well as housing needs. Ultimately, the model includes reentry planning across systems. It is incredibly important that as a person exits incarceration of any kind, that there is a warm handoff to prioritize their needs and make sure that as they exit, they receive the services they need as quick as possible so that they can reduce the chances of reentry into jail systems. This is a short-term project with the intention of providing the necessary time and stabilization so that there can be a long-term transition, as it's implied in the name, to long-term permanent housing and support. So it provides that stability, immediate stability upon exit, and assistance as they transition into a more permanent setting. The idea is to have, and it's important to have on-site support. As we indicate here in the slides, it's a support specialist and peer support specialists are incredibly important. Best practices show that peers across all types of assistance services are very powerful and can assist those that need this type of assistance. This continuum of behavioral health, the idea is to provide behavioral health, harm reduction, and all support necessary. So part of what the Meadows Institute, my team and I did, was come in and try to make sure that we not only work with the Doña County system, but also to discuss and hear from as many community partners as possible. And this list gives you an example of the partners that we did communicate with. We tried to sit down and essentially hear what the community's voices, concerns, interests, and positions were when it came to assisting this particular population. people had a really great perspective. We tried to get from all walks of life, including peers. It was really important to have those with lived experience, or as I often call lived expertise, to provide information on what they thought would be best practices as well. So that essentially concludes my portion.
He will stick around to answer questions as well. Did we go to the right one? All right. So we are looking at dividing this into 2 phases. The first phase would be to repurpose the 2 buildings that are already county property that were used previously as fire stations for congregate housing for up to 8 people at a time to create a safe and engaging outdoor space. We just worked with Insight to submit an application to the state, so we're hoping for some state funding to help us with that outdoor space. And then phase 2 will be a new build, so a brand new building, a dual purpose. It will serve as additional housing units and serve for on-site treatment and other services. Based on the current research and the current interviews, which again is just the beginning of this process, so to date, what we want to serve, or who we want to serve, includes, again, people leaving the jail who are in these diversion programs. There also may be some people in our diversion programs that have been hospitalized and are discharging from the hospital that we want to connect with as well. At this point, the majority of the folks that we have in these diversion programs are adult males, but we know that we need to make some consideration for women or women with children in the future. We know we're looking at serving people with mental health or co-occurring substance use disorders, and we're looking at misdemeanor nonviolent crimes. The eligibility will be further developed because we also need to look at age, other abilities, types of crimes, and other needs that people might have. So that's the initial kind of scope of the population that this program intends to serve. And what do we want to provide? Obviously, we want to provide safe housing, and we want to provide the housing navigation. So it's a step to another place for more permanent housing. We want to provide peer support. We want to provide treatment. ACT is the primary treatment modality that will most likely be provided for the folks in this program because it's what is provided for the people that are currently in the diversion program. We also want to include harm reduction services, case management that helps with transportation, food, income support, and other support services. And we want to provide as much of this on site as possible. We also, in order to do all of that, we need to look to our program partners. And these are the partners defined in the report. So we know we need a project sponsor, which at this point is the county's Health and Human Services Department. We're also identified as the developer and the owner. When we look for our lead service providers, we currently have contracts with Mesilla Valley Community of Hope and La Clinica. A property manager, that's the one role that is yet to be filled. And again, as we further define what this is going to look like, we'll be able to identify a property manager. But I also have representatives from Mesilla Valley Community of Hope and La Clinica here. So if I can ask Nicole and Elizabeth to come up, introduce themselves, and just speak briefly about their role in this project.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Nicole Martinez. I'm the director of the Mesilla Valley Community of Hope. And when I first met with Ms. Michael about this project, I tried to think of how we might be able to utilize the units because we have a clear lack of affordable housing in our community. And we had around the same time had the opportunity to pilot a new program that was a result of opioid settlement funding to the state of New Mexico through the Behavioral Health Services Division, now the Healthcare Authority. And it was a design called the RESET program, where we receive grant funding to help people who are exiting incarceration to homelessness. The grant parameters are to provide 6 months of rental assistance. We do have to verify, discharge status and then locate housing for people. And we've been doing that since last fall. It would be much more effective if we had a partnership with the county and a place that could at least direct 8 of our participants So far, we've been able to house 22 people in the RESET program with really great outcomes, and so we'd like to continue to do that. So our commitment to this is to provide tenants on site. We will also provide all of the on-site case management services, so making sure people are getting food security, that help them with Social Security disability applications, employment opportunities, and any healthcare needs that they might have. And then also, of course, working in partnership with La Clínica de Familia for the service provision of that.
Good morning, Elizabeth Fernandez covering for Diana Mariscal for La Clínica de Familia. La Clínica de Familia is a federally qualified health center who we do offer medical, dental, and behavioral health services to uninsured or underinsured individuals in the community. Through our ACT, which is the Assertive Community Treatment Program, we can provide the service that is being discussed here. We have already a working relationship with Community of Hope, which would assist with this project moving forward.
Thank you. We also have been working very closely with Robert Herrera in our facilities department. So Robert, do you mind joining me up here for this part? He's helped us put together the cost estimates and timeline for phase one.
Good morning. Robert Herrera, Director, Facilities and Services, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. So the construction, the slide here that Jamie put together kind of outlines the phase one timeline and the cost and the needs for the facility. Construction and startup, we received $900,000 and allocated $300 to purchase the land, build the rock wall, and move the buildings. We are still in the phase of moving the buildings in. We are running into some difficulties with the Construction Industries Division to get those facilities moved in, but we are working with our engineers and architects to overcome those difficulties. So hopefully we will get those moved in sometime next month. Applying for $750,000 from the state for landscaping, sidewalk, and lighting, and we need an additional $1.3 million to prepare the property for buildings, construct a parking lot, and furnish the units. Now the 1.3 is estimated based on a worst-case scenario that from some information we received through our geotechnical report. The soils that are on that site need to be remediated. They either need to be replaced up to 4 feet in depth, or we can use some other engineering tactics like a geotech grid or spread footings or something like that. But without bringing a engineering support on board to identify what we need to construct this facility, we estimate it as worst-case scenario, which would be removing 4 feet of the existing soil and replacing it with suitable soil to build this facility. But again, once we do procure the services of an engineer, we can probably reduce that cost with some engineering practices. And then we have a 3-month completion if the state is granted, and the operation costs from HHA's budget, grants, and existing housing funds.
So the ongoing operational costs we can incorporate into the budget for our department, look for grants. We've already been working with Insight on that. There are some existing funds from the state, as Nicole talked about, for the housing, and then for La Clínica and other medical providers, much of that is reimbursed by Medicaid. But what we would like to ask from you all is, if this is the direction you want to go, then I would like to bring the timeline, depending on when we want to get started on this, but we need to allocate that $1.3 million to begin the final parts of phase one. So ideally, I'd like to come back to you all in February or March with a budget revision and add that to our budget this year to be able to have this phase one completed by June, by the end of June. And then phase two, future, again, you get to decide the timeline and the scope, but it would be an additional building for the delivery of services and additional housing units. 2-story, approximately 10,000 square feet. There's an estimated construction cost of $7.4 million. This is very estimated. We haven't run any numbers on this through an architect or any planning firms. This would be a much longer project. Again, there's the potential to start it in July of 2025 if you all choose to allocate funding. There is funds available in the health fund for one-time capital expenditures, and there may also be an opportunity to seek some additional operating. It's harder to seek capital funds from grants, but operating costs are oftentimes more accessible through county, state, and federal funds. And just to make sure we come back and connect this with our county's strategic plan and the vital conditions, we looked at 6 of the vital conditions, and I believe that this project touches on all 6. Primarily, obviously, it is squarely within the vital condition of humane housing and basic needs for health and safety. Our department also works very hard to look at the structural competency framework. So this is a very structurally competent way to provide housing and health and safety for this population, because we are addressing people, their basic needs, but in a way that is most appropriate for them. We already have the pathways, the referral sources, and the support to help connect a population that is discharging from the jail and has unmet unmet mental health and substance use needs. So not only is it meeting the vital conditions within our plan, but it's also doing it in a way that's structurally competent, which matches with our mission in our department. So with that, we have the entire team here to answer questions or to hear comments from you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie, and thank you for everyone that came in today to help with this presentation. Commissioners, at this time, do you have any comments or questions? Commissioner Reynolds, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In phase 2, what do you estimate is the number of people you'll be able to serve in that facility?
Commissioner Reynolds, we don't have an estimated number of people to serve in that facility yet. My vision is that the second floor would be studio apartments, but we would need to put pen to paper to see, with that square footage, how many apartments can we build? And then the first floor would be the service delivery area. And again, that can grow, expand as needed for people, again, in our diversion programs. We really don't have a good estimate for you right now.
Okay, and the 2 buildings you have now, I think you're housing 8 people. And how many square foot are those 2 buildings?
Commissioner Reynolds, yes, each one can hold 4 folks, so 8 total, and I don't know the square footage. Do you, Robert, by any chance?
Okay.
About 1,500 square feet.
Okay, so if I take an estimate of 10,000 square feet, 2 floors, divide that by 2, I get 5,000 square feet, 1,500 per unit, then we should be able to house at least another, let's say probably 12 to 15 people. The reason I ask that is because if you got 12 to 15, you've already got 8, you've got like 23. You're already a third of the way, actually over half the way to meeting the need that you identified of 95 people last year needing housing when they got out of detention center or out of custody. So if we do it for over 6 months, yeah, so you go with 2 people, two units going in, roughly 8, probably looking at, let's see, yeah, 8, probably 20, 25. You'll be able to get to about 50 people and service 50 people with this. I'm just trying to get the scale of what we're trying to accomplish here.
So Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, so we did estimate that as a 10,000 square foot building, 2-story, so 5,000 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
So the upper level, if you take into consideration common areas, janitorial, hallways, you're probably looking at about another 8 to 10 people up on the second floor.
That's what I'm thinking too. So you're looking at probably 18 to 20, maybe 25 people to be able to serve twice for a 6-month period. So you'll be able to get to 50, and your number was 95 that weren't served that left last year. So I'm just trying to get a scale. Is there any plans to maybe take another unit and turn it, another one and go maybe at an L-shape to make that a U-shaped facility? Is there any consideration for that?
Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, so the site is laid out to where we can expand to the north. If you notice on the site plan that Jamie had up, There's an area where we can possibly expand and add another facility right there to the north, up where that green space is. So there is opportunity to expand and maybe even create like a campus atmosphere there.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Chaparro, you had a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I really appreciated Commissioner Reynolds' questions regarding the space for the persons that will be receiving treatment, because that was going to be one of my questions. So thanks, Shannon, for that. But I'd like to say I had a meeting with Brian Kavanaugh from FY Plus and also the county manager. And I became aware of a lot of programs that are already in existence in the community. So I think as a commission, we need to really take a look at what is already established. And I'm talking about diversion programs and how people come out of jail going to diversion programs and where they're going to be housed. Because if the wheel is already there and the counselors are already there, then we need to add partners to our plan as well, because, you know, to spend money for programs that are already designed and being implemented within our community, I think would be unwise. So I would encourage Ms. Michaels and her team to reach out to the other programs within Doña County to see if they can come in as partners or supplement treatment that the county is planning to provide for this transitional housing program. I know in speaking to Mr. Kavanaugh and the county manager that there are similar programs. I'm not saying exactly equal programs, but similar programs that are in existence now that we may be able to link with and further explore and just make better. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Do you have something to?
Martinez?
Sure. Mr. Chair, Commissioner Chaparro, this is Nicole with Community of Hope. We partner really closely with FYI Plus. Yes, they do amazing things for our community. I see a couple of the staff are here today too. In fact, we have a memorandum with them for 12 units that are located right next to Community of Hope for housing. So they are also helping us to meet that need of housing. This particular reset program, where I get the rental assistance for people exiting incarceration, doesn't say which organization has to provide the services. We know that our lead service provider for many of the people that we are serving are utilizing La Clinica, but it can be other places. It can be Amador Health Center as well as another one of our big partners, and FYI Plus. So it really depends on the clients coming in and where they'd like to receive services. So certainly we'll be relying on a lot of our partners to help support the program.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, if I may also, I know that Mr. Alba is present, and so he has texted me that he's already providing food for Community of Hope's transitional homes, and that he is committed to provide and the same services for this facility. So thank you, Mr. Alba.
Thank you, Commissioner. And yes, the intent is to work with many of our community partners. We started off with Community of Hope and La Clinica because we currently have a contract with them, and they both participate in these diversion programs. But Peak also has an ACT team that we work with. Amador provides amazing harm reduction services. Ideal Option is one of our contractors for the jail diversion program. So we are going to expand this circle and bring on many, many community partners to be able to successfully accomplish this.
Thank you. Ms. Gameros, do you have anything, Commissioner? No? Yeah, Commissioner Reynolds.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I forgot to ask one more question. You mentioned that the estimated cost of 1.3 million and also the 7.4 million, and the next line down says the funds are available in the health fund for one-time capital expenditure. So you have $8.7 million available for this project in your fund already?
Commissioner Reynolds, none of that money has been allocated or budgeted. There is a the cash balance exists in the health fund for one-time capital projects like this, but it hasn't been allocated.
Okay, so the next question is there anything else we are looking at or considering to use this money for at this time?
Commissioner Reynolds, I have not brought anything to the board as an option for those funds at this time.
And if we don't use it, do we lose it, or do we just keep it in reserve? Which would it be?
We do not lose it. It is county money. It stays in that health fund.
Okay, because I was checking because of what kind of flexibility do we have and timelines and what kind of demand do we have and where's the money coming from? So, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else to add?
Nope, I'm just looking to see if there's a consensus for me to bring a budget revision and resolution to the board so Robert can get started on all of this great work.
Gotcha. Big ask. Okay.
It is a big ask. It's a big project, yes.
So you're just looking for a thumbs up or a click of my pen for the phase 1, is that right?
Should we continue to move forward?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's a fair question.
All right.
I don't see why we would not want to continue forward. We built a beautiful rock wall. If you ever want to take a drive by it, it's on the side of the road and you can see it and it houses some really beautiful dirt. And I would like it to house other things than beautiful dirt.
Right. And apparently the dirt's the problem, right, Robert?
How is dirt the problem, Robert? This is ridiculous. Gotta replace dirt. I've heard a lot of things on this dais. That is a new one for me.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we can just get some approval or nod or thumbs up from the commissioners that are present regarding moving forward on a resolution on that.
Is your thumb up, Commissioner?
It is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So back to my thought process, I definitely think we need to move forward on phase 1. I think that's a great starting point. I definitely would be very in favor of seeing that budget revision come forward for that use of the funds. I do have a couple questions as far as it goes with the property itself. I asked you before and I just wanted you to say it so all the commissioners can hear. We've talked to the city of Las Cruces about what the land is currently zoned as, and they are in favor of, or they're not, I wouldn't say in favor, but they are definitely willing to work with us on getting that rezoned, correct?
Chair, yes, that is correct. We did engage with them and inform them what we were trying to build. They didn't really comment because they do not have jurisdiction over the county and what the county builds on their property. So they did not, they were neutral in it, but they are in favor of rezoning, yes.
Okay, perfect. And then, we are going to be going after more funding. Is the $715,000 from the state, is that going to be through capital request or is that a different form that we're going to go after?
It is not a traditional capital request just through the legislature. It is with the New Mexico Housing, used to be the Housing Authority. I think they have a new name, and it's one of their grant opportunities that's available, and the funds can be used for these types of capital projects. Did I answer right?
Yes. They're calling it good afternoon, Rosie Natividad, founder and CEO of Insight Network. They are calling it the Doña, the Housing Innovation Program, and they're looking specifically for innovative capital design associated with these types of issues. And they are wanting to identify, to Commissioner Chaparro's point, ensuring that we're working with all our community-based providers, an issue that's been unmet in housing. And so that's why this particular target population has been segmented and focused on.
Okay, no, thank you for that. And then just the last thought, and I think it's more for my understanding just in general. we've had a lot of conversations about alternative medical housing, in particular state ordinances and guides on what is considered a halfway house, or what is the proper terminology for a medical home facility. But there are certain guidelines. Will we be okay, or are we going to have to start working with the state to change that?
Commissioner Sheljo Hernandez, this type of facility is not licensed by the state of New Mexico. It's
Okay.
not a residential or a treatment facility,
Okay.
so there's no licensing there. There is the building codes and things, but not a licensing as a facility or residential provider.
Okay, so this is not considered like a residential treatment facility or anything like that. It's just, how are we getting around, or what is the differentiation between the two, since we are offering services?
The services that we're offering here are the same that would be offered if you lived in your own home or if you lived at Community of Hope. So right now it is the ACT team, and their license allows them to be mobile and provide services around the community. So it's just, instead of a motel, it's going to be this property. If we have in the second phase, when we have that building and we have on-site services, we may ask one of our behavioral health providers to get that site licensed under their license for outpatient provision of service. That way they can do additional services on site. So they may need to include that under their license as a place where they provide care. Nicole?
Nicole with Community of Hope. Thank you, Chair. Just quickly wanted to say that Community of Hope runs three actually other group homes that aren't licensed. So this is just considered something that's shared living.
Okay.
So in that way, it's just like, sharing, if you're in college or something, but you can have as many people living there. It's just that we're providing services, bringing them to them. It's not that any of our staff will live there. There won't be resident managers there. There'll be adults paying rent. It's just that they are in very close quarters.
Got it. Perfect. Okay. More of a phase 2 question then, if that gets to that point in time. And thank you for that clarification. I'm good. I'm excited to see phase 1 kind of come to be and put that rock wall to some good use with new dirt, which is a new one for me.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Gamero.
I just have 2 questions. It has to do with the soil. So what's wrong with the soil that it needs to be remediated?
Chair, Commissioner Gameros, so this area used to be primarily used for agriculture, and the soil has a lot of clay in it that was identified through the geotech report. Clay is not good to build on. It's not adequate to support the foundation or the building. So we would have to either remove the soil and come back with some appropriate soil or engineered fill, or we can use other things like spread footings, geotech mat, things of that nature, but are designed through an engineering firm to overcome that obstacle. But yes, it's primarily for agriculture.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Any other commissioner input? Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
Ms. Michael, as you and I have discussed, I think I'd like to see a different design, a little bit of a few changes in the design, eliminating the water, showing some other uses of the land that's in between the buildings. So when you come back requesting the money or the approval of the first phase, I'd like to see some drawings with a little more detail, a little more better understanding of how the land is going to be used, because it's not from me specifically, but I've had conversations with other people in the community that have looked at this and said we need to think more about what the other areas of the property are going to be used for and how they're going to add to the benefit of trying to do the rehab versus just be pretty.
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds, part of the 1.3 will be to continue to update these designs and finalize the designs for the entire property.
Thank you. And I'm not an expert on what it should be, so don't ask my opinion on that. But we do have a lot of people in the community that can help us to draw a conclusion to. what that
And
needs to be used.
Robert has done a great job of bringing the architects together with the providers, with people with lived experience to come up with ideas. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I think that's exactly right. And just to piggyback on what you just said, the lived experience, individuals coming out of incarceration are going to definitely have way different ideas of what spaces they need. So I'm glad that we're kind of looking at that lived experience to cater these spaces to what they want, not to what looks good. So I'm glad to hear that. But besides that, I think the commission is oh.
Did I get another thumbs
Yeah,
up?
there was a thumbs up on that. So hopefully that gave you some direction. Do we have any public input today?
Thank you to the folks here that
Yes.
came to
Thank
present
you,
with
everyone.
me.
Come on up. Same thing. You can limit your, you're going to put up a little timer for me. If we can limit our public comment to 3 minutes, please. William's going to get it going. There's just a lot there. There you go. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, Chair. Hello, Commissioners. My name is Athena Huckabee. I'm the founder, the co-founder of the Grajeda Huckabee Low Barrier Housing Fund, which is a fund that was created by myself and my partner, Roxy Grajeda, to house people with substance use disorders, either involved in that substance use currently or seeking recovery from. In that role, I take referrals from FYI, from La Clínica de Familia, from the Crisis Triage Center, from Peak Behavioral Health, from the county program. And I just wanted to come up and say how supportive I am of this plan and this way that we're moving forward to house individuals coming out of incarceration. The fact that my fund, which is a grassroots fund funded only through donations that I run literally from my couch, is in such high demand to house people. I literally get 2 phone calls a day currently from different organizations in the community that, we're talking about here. So when Ms. Michael, comes up and says that the programs that we have are not sustainable, I hear her because I'm trying to sustain a housing fund run, on a shoestring and housing individuals coming out of our detention center. So just wanted to throw that out there and say how much I appreciate this work and how supportive I think this will be to people in our community and how difficult it can be for this population to find things like leases, apartments, anything depending on their charge, especially if it's a drug charge, prior convictions. It's very, very difficult to find permanent supportive housing for these individuals, and this is greatly needed. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comment?
Mr. Chair, excuse me for a second. Point of order. Should we have them also sign the book since it's a public comment?
Oh, Athena already signed the book, but yeah, if you have not signed the book, please, but I believe Athena signed it.
Thank you.
You signed it?
She did earlier.
Scouts honor? We good?
We're good with her, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure she signed it, that's all. I wanna make sure
I'll
it
sign it. I
Okay,
promise.
thank you.
Scouts honor.
Thank you for promising to sign it. I appreciate it.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Angelica Calderon. I am the Executive Director of La Piñon Sexual Assault Recovery Services of Southern New Mexico, which is also our Children's Advocacy Center. As you are aware, since we're neighbors, our location is adjacent to the project that's being proposed. We are in support of the Transitional Supportive Housing Project and its initiative and the success of it. We feel that it is important to provide services and assistance to the justice-involved population. We simply ask that you move forward with transparency and consider the entire community you serve. There are numerous businesses in this community, a middle school, our nonprofit organization. We are all invested in this area of our community. As a community partner, we serve approximately 1,500 victims annually, which over 60% are children that have experienced violence. Of those 60%, 50% of that amount have experienced sexual violence. So we serve children not only who have seen domestic violence in their home, have experienced also drug endangerment, and also sexual abuse. La Piñon provides comprehensive services in a safe place to help those affected by sexual violence and child abuse. Again, to mention that, not only do we provide crisis intervention, prevention education, advocacy, and therapeutic counseling. The goal here should be to evaluate the transitional housing project, not as its own silo, but as on a larger scope to protect and provide services for all the residents of the community. I've heard various conversations regarding this project, and again, we are in support of the project. However, we feel that unfortunately the county has not been transparent in the plans. I do ask that our organization be considered because we provide services to the most vulnerable in our community as well. And for us to be included and for our voice to be heard, and not just consider that population that the county is trying to serve as a silo, but also that we are nearby. I also do ask that the access to our property, for it to be blocked off, because we serve clients not only Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, but also in the middle of the night, and it's a safety measure for us, for the children we serve, the victims that we serve as well. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I didn't catch the name of the person that just spoke.
Angelica Calderon.
Ms. Calderon, thank you. If you'll just remain at the podium, I have a comment and perhaps a question.
Yes.
Ms. Calderon, thank you so much for your comments. When this was first presented, I had a couple of people call me, a teacher from Picacho, the school, which is half a block away, and that concern was brought up because of the safety of the children. And so thank you very much for bringing that point up. Because I think it's important that we consider that, the safety of the neighborhood, the safety of our children, most importantly. As we all are aware, this area of Las Cruces is one of the most that demands intervention and help because of the in-house population and the folks that live there that have drug disorders. And I drive by there almost on a daily basis, and I understand your point of view, and I appreciate it very much. So I will most certainly take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Okay, next up.
Well, it's afternoon. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chair Sheldo Hernandez. My name is Tanika Sosa Gonzalez. I'm a board-certified psychiatric mental health care nurse here in Las Cruces, and I've also had the privilege of working in correctional medicine and actually psychiatric correctional medicine here at our detention center. I've heard a couple of things today that are really uplifting and exciting. I want to hold space for La Piñon and also recognize that people, men in particular, who have substance use disorder often have a history of childhood sexual abuse. So there's need for those services. It's very clear that those services are needed, no matter what your age is or your social standing or your carceral status. That is a fact that we deal with in this community. The other thing that I want to elevate for discussion, and I don't think that it got enough attention today, is that I've been teaching trauma-informed care now, I think, since 2018 and even internationally. And having visited with the team from Meadows and having discussions about their program, one of the things that's most exciting about their program is it's a trauma-informed program and a trauma-informed structure. And so what we know is that's evidence-based, it's rooted in science, and substance use disorder is often a disease of disconnection. And so healing takes place in community and with connection. And being connected and engaged also lends itself to one of your vital conditions. So while it doesn't seem so overtly out there that this supports one of the vital conditions, I feel just based on science and my knowledge of past experience and disease process that this format in general is, I think, going to prove to be very helpful and constructive.
Thank you. Oh, and thank you for signing the book. Didn't want to have to chase it down anyway. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none. Okay, thank you everyone for coming in today. Thank you, Ms. Michael, for your presentation. Hopefully you got the gist of where we were headed on that. And yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would like to request a 10-minute recess.
Yes, of course. We will take a 10-minute recess. It is 12 o'clock. It's 11:59, but it's 12 o'clock. We'll be back at 12:10.
Thank you guys for being troopers here.
The time is 12:15 and we're back in open session from our little break. Sorry, everyone, we got to get going. Next up is item number 10, which is the Mesilla Valley Economic Development Alliance FY25 mid-year presentation. And we have our Economic Development Administrator, Ms. Carter. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chair, Vice Chair. If I can have Mr. Lopez come up, he's going to be doing a mid-year presentation. We decided on a mid-year presentation just so that we don't overwhelm your agenda. He was here last year presenting the final report in September and then the contract approval in October.
Thank you, Denise, and thank you for having me, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. I'd like to start off by just saying we are celebrating our 30-year anniversary at MVITA of being in operation and doing economic development here in the region. And on behalf of my board and my staff and those who came before us, just want to say thank you for your partnership over the years. Speaking about my board and staff, I just want to let you know I do have a couple in the room. So I have my board chair, Lorenzo Alba, from Casa de Peregrinos here. And then I have two of our team members, Jessica Lynn Robles with our Retention and Expansion Program, and Carlos Pata with our Marketing Program. So to get started, just kind of want to remind you a little bit about us, or for those in the audience who may not be aware of what MVITA does. So we're the Mesilla Valley Economic Development Alliance. We brand the region as the New Mexico Borderplex region for the marketing and attraction of industry to come here to create economic-based jobs for the region. And in our partnership with you, we feel we bring a lot to the table in a variety of ways. Number one, I'm always proud of the board makeup we have, including the chair who sits on our board. Thank you for your time in that. But we bring a lot of diverse information and expertise to the table made up by our board, who is volunteering their time and expertise to the economic development effort. And that's not only you at the county, but the city of Las Cruces. We also have New Mexico State University, Doña Community College, the Las Cruces School System, and about 18 private sector members from different parts of the industry that really provide their advice on how to do economic development, what are best practices, and what are the challenges we're having. One of the other things I think is a value proposition is we have a contract with you, although I consider us partners, but we have a contract with you for $300,000 to do economic-based economic development on your behalf. But like a chamber, we have a membership, and through other sources, we're able to turn that into a $1.1 million effort. So economic development doesn't fall completely on the taxpayer itself. A lot of private sector investment goes into that. Very proud of my staff. Combined, we have over 40 years of economic development experience here in New Mexico as well. So we see a lot of things, and we feel like that puts us in a position to be good stewards to you and advisors to you as well. And maybe, was there another presentation on the screen here, if I may ask? Sorry about that. But
we've only got the one, Devin.
Okay.
It says mid-year. Did you need another one? We can.
no, well, we'll get through it. It's same information, just maybe a little bit presented a little bit differently. So. So some of the services we offer are industry attraction. That's where we market the region, and we actually work with companies on answering all their questions in terms of what it takes to get them to locate and create jobs in the region. And then retention and expansion, that's where we work with companies who are already located here, wanting to make sure that their investment stays here and grows and that they continue to create jobs, and connecting them to the resources that are available to them to help grow at the state and local level. Then economic development advisory, as well as capacity building services. These are our way of trying to set a better table for business development and economic development in the region in order to attract companies here in the first place. But most of our time and effort and dollars are really in the industry attraction and retention and expansion area. But I want to share a little bit of information, and I did this last time in terms of what takes place within industry attraction. Back in April, Carlos Parra, who's with me, who's our marketing director, we did a joint presentation to you on all of our marketing efforts. On all of our marketing efforts. That's box number 1 in the red. That's what we take to go out to the marketplace and try to identify companies, let them know about the business friendliness and the opportunities to locate here. We create about 50% of our own leads here at Mavita. Of those that turn into jobs, that's about 78% comes from our lead generation. Now, we do look to the state of New Mexico, other entities like the New Mexico Partnership, as well as the Borderplex Alliance to help in lead generation. So we will take leads anywhere from anyone. We want to make sure that more companies, not less, know about the opportunities here. But we focus really on marketing the unique assets of the region, specific industries, and I think that's why we have a higher completion rate of projects that come out and create jobs rather than other types of projects that might come in that aren't very specific to the assets of the region. But what I want to share a couple of slides here is on part 2, 3, 4, and 5, and that's the request for information process, the community screening, site identification, virtual site visits, field visits, detailed evaluations, and incentive negotiations, everything that takes place once a company does say, hey, I've identified you, we have a project that we want to consider for Doña County, here are the parameters of it. Now these are the questions we need answered from you in a timely, concise, and accurate means. So for us, information flow back to the client is critical. I'm only going to share a couple slides on this. From the project management side, that is everything from 2 to 6 and forward. A lot of questions come from site selectors, everything from the site itself, permitting issues, utilities, logistics, where's the talent and workforce, and then the quality of life. From that, there are more questions that come about very specific to each of those circles. And this slide was provided to me by GSL, Global Site Location Services. They are a major site selector across the country. And these are the common questions they ask of any location anywhere they go. So my team has to be prepared with either information already in-house to answer these questions in a very rapid manner, because sometimes we get an RFI and they're asking us to turn it around in 3, 4, 5 days. So we need to have a lot of information housed here to answer these slew of questions that come up. Otherwise, if we can't, we lose the opportunity to another location who's doing a better job in terms of the information flow. What this also requires us to do is have many relationships out there in order that we can turn to in that expedited way to answer the questions, both from the public, private, and nonprofit sector. And we tried to make this very visual because this goes back to a conversation that Commissioner Reynolds, you and I had a while back about the importance of partnerships and collaboration in order for economic development to be successful. And so we thought we'd put it on paper. These are the conversations we have weekly. And it's everything from yourselves here at the county and extracting information that we need to answer to clients, from the city of Las Cruces or Sunland Park or Anthony as well, but also even from the educational side, answering questions on what is the workforce, what are the skill sets involved that we have that can fulfill the needs, what are the data requirements, what's the population base of those workforces, all the way to site readiness, whether it's the landowner, the developer, the infrastructure in place, it goes on and on and on. So I thought this was just kind of a very nice visual way of showing you the number of relationships we have to have in place in order to go through that 2, 3, 4, 5, number 6 step process for project management. And we could spend, 30, 40 minutes in detail on this. I'm not planning to do that unless you'd like me to do that at a later date. I just wanted to illustrate to you what goes on when companies are asking for questions and what type of questions that they ask. A little bit about our history the last 10 years in terms of job completion. Over the last 10 years, you can see by location, we've tried to outline where we've seen jobs created that we've worked on specifically. Las Cruces and Santa Teresa are by far where we get most of the interest in. And that really comes down to infrastructure. We have tried many times to bring projects into other parts of the county, like Chaparral or Hatch, for example. But 2 major components are usually missing, one of the 2. That's either going to be infrastructure or a visible workforce that they can tap into. But we are trying very hard, and we've started having conversations with the county manager on this, other areas that we think are prime for growth going forward. We believe the Vado Barino area is an opportunity for future industrial attraction, as well as Chaparral itself. And then we've had some projects located in other areas, like, for example, WTEC in Chamberino that we're working with, but also the big project we did several years ago was attracting Stampede Meat down to Sunland Park, which at that time was the biggest single employment project brought to New Mexico since Intel back in the early 80s, I believe. If you look at the job creation and then the capital investment numbers based on those companies over time, the last 10 years, you can see where we've been consistent, between the 200 to 500 jobs over time. Last 3 years, it sparked a little bit, up to 700, 900, and then 600. We had the 1 year in 18-19 where we, fiscal year 2018-2019, where we brought in 1,700 jobs, but that was part of the Stampede announcement, which I just mentioned. And then in the capital investment area, you can see where the last 4 years, we've seen a lot of growth in terms of more capital investment coming into the area. And there's a couple of reasons for that. There are some industry dynamic trends, a shortage of industrial real estate out there, which requires companies that make a location decision here to have to construct from scratch. So that really means more capital investment they're putting into building and then infrastructure as well as equipment as well. And of course, that's good. Not only are jobs good for the region, but capital investment is good for the region because that creates a new tax base for Doña County and its growth going forward. But what does that mean in terms of that tax base? So I'm breaking this down. It's a little bit hard to read here, but I'm going to focus on the red line more than anything. The red line is the impact numbers. What we do is to figure out what the tax base would look like. We use in-plan data. In-plan data is used by universities and economists around the country to do impact analysis. We work with a company out of Phoenix. They are a software company who then combines all that in-plan data along with local tax base and mill rates to help us generate what would be the impact of a single company coming in, creating, let's say, 100 jobs and putting in $5 million in capital investment, whatever it might mean. So it's predictive analysis. And so for each year of operation that you provide dollars to us, we look at 5 years out from the time that company commits, 5 years down the line, what that new tax base is being created. So for the one given year, for example, in the last year, 2023, 2024, the $300,000 you invested in us came out to be about $6 million over the next 5 years predictive analysis in new tax base for the county. And then, of course, you can go through each year and look at that one by one. But I did want to talk a little bit about what that ROI means to in terms of that new tax base. So at the investment level you provide to us, it's $300,000, which we're very appreciative of. We look at a potential break even is the creation of 44 jobs and about $2.8 million in CapEx. Now that can flow in a little bit of different directions. Let's say 50 jobs or a little bit less in CapEx still make up to that 300,000. But we use this as just an average gauging point for us. But on average, over the last 10 years, for each individual effort creates $6.3 million in new revenue over a 5-year period of time, which comes out to about a 2,000% ROI in your investment based on an average of 644 jobs, $112 million in average capital investment if you take those 10 years over time. So I guess what I want to say on that is we feel, we're not only punching above our weight, but, we're really adding that value in terms of the contract we have with this relationship with the county. So here's where we are as a mid-year. This is what we call the MVITA dashboard. This is what our board of directors looks at every single month when we meet and get together. And it kind of just gives us a gauge as to where we feel we should be in the year based on our aspirations at the beginning of the year. What do we tell the board? We think we can get to 650 jobs this year. That's what we stated. And then this gauges as to where we are at. And you can see we're below the red line, which is the end of the year, a goal that we have set for ourselves. We're well below in many areas, especially in the jobs creation category, payroll category, and capital investment category. But keep in mind, not everything comes in equally on a monthly basis. So what we try to also do is gauge what projects we have in place now that we feel very strongly are going to close by the end of the fiscal year. and which ones we don't, where we would push into the following fiscal year. And I just want to say, economic development and industry attraction is a game of patience. One project we're hoping to close this year that we're almost at the 99% at the finish line, we've been working on for 2 years since the time they made a decision that they wanted to do a project here in Doña County. You're talking about probably a year and a half of developing that relationship and trust for them to even make that commitment in the first place. Not all of them take that long, but on average, we're looking at probably about 15, 16 months on average from the time a company actually makes or says that we have a project that we're considering for expansion to the time they actually make the final decision. So predicting what the end of the year might look like based on the hot prospects we have in place, you can see that dashboard changes quite a bit. So what we're predicting is by the end of this fiscal year that in most categories, we are going to hit the number we aspired for. We believe we probably will be short in jobs creation category, hitting 452 jobs versus the 650 we aspired for, which leads directly to how much payroll is being committed at the same time. However, we think we're going to very well surpass the capital investment number of 70 million was our aspiration, leading to about $106 million in commitments. And again, we feel strongly about these projects. One could fall out, or another one could come in and close earlier than we expected. But that's where we feel we're going to be at when the year is said and done. And just a reminder again, it takes 44 jobs, more or less, for a break-even ROI. So I want to just bring a couple of updates that we're seeing also in programs that we've created in the past few years. One of them is the New Mexico Borderplex Closing Fund. I've mentioned this many times to you. In a partnership with the Community Foundation of Southern New Mexico, we went out and identified private sector dollars in order to utilize as an incentive to help companies make decisions to close, locate, and create jobs here. It's really the first of its kind type of program in the state of New Mexico. Every other program that includes incentives relies on, on government dollars, basically. But we had about over the 3-year period of time that we've had this, we've had about 1.5 million committed to us to utilize, and we've deployed about 1.19 million. Over that time, that's helped support 14 companies in conjunction to creating about 1,700 jobs over the last 3 years that this program has been around. Now, I want to be clear. Sometimes these dollars are blended with other state incentives that are provided, helps us get over the hump. Maybe there's a little gap that the company's facing. But what I love about this program is there's so many companies that state funding companies may not be prepared yet to receive state funding, where we can come in and fill the gap. A small piece of machinery might create one job. And we've been able to really fulfill the gap with a lot of local companies here in that respect. And that's excitement for us. We want to keep our companies here of all sizes, whether you're creating one job or creating 500 jobs. Moving forward, we have $450,000 left in this fund to use. We've identified 5 companies where we would allocate that to should they make a decision to locate here. And those are the 5 that I mentioned that we feel good about closing by the end of the year. So the other program that we created, we are on our 2nd year. It's the Automated Up Certification Program. We did this with a small stipend from the state of New Mexico's Economic Development Department LEADS grant. And what we wanted to do was over the years, we kept hearing about challenges with companies, especially who are adopting advanced manufacturing processes, identify the skill sets and labor that they needed here to locate. And we have our partners at DCC and MSU, but the idea of getting some type of short-term credentials so that are more visible to these employers, we felt was important. So the Automated Up program was designed to identify these certifications that would support movement in advanced manufacturing for employees here and find the funding for it, and then match-make that with the employers and their employees who they wanted to train in these areas and move them up the ladder, especially on new equipment that they were adopting and processes that they were adopting. So in our first year, we worked with 7 different types of certifications. 8 companies participated, primarily in Santa Teresa, because that's where the majority of our manufacturing takes place. And we helped train 69 different individuals receive these micro certifications across 159 certifications in total, and we did that with a budget of $25,000. Jessica Lynn has been leading that program. Give a lot of kudos and compliments to all her work in putting that together. This year, we've expanded the program. We've expanded the program with some extra dollars we received from the City of Las Cruces, as well as from a couple of foundations that we applied for grants for. And we're now expanding it beyond advanced manufacturing to other targeted industry sectors where technology advancements could be benefited from certifications. So, for example, digital health is a target industry of ours. We have a certification identified for that. Aerospace as well, and other things like coding, AI, video game development, et cetera. So far we've identified 101 certificates that are in the process across 3 different companies, I believe. 26 are in coding, 45 are in digital health, and 30 are going back to the advanced manufacturing process. So that's 101 new people receiving certifications so far this year, and that's halfway through the year right now. Those are the updates I wanted to provide. The only other thing I wanted to talk about was we've been trying to not just attract end users to the area, but we've been trying to attract developers and the capital that they bring to the region as well. We learned that, for many, many years, we had talked about especially down in Santa Teresa, as we saw the growth taking place down there, we were like, if we only had a building, we could fill it up. We knew we could fill it up, but we didn't have a developer taking the risk on putting spec development in the ground. Then Blue Road development came into the marketplace around 2019 and put up a 300,000 square foot building. And we helped them get it leased like that. Then they built another 300,000. So far, them with another developer, there's been about over 2 million square feet of a new spec development already built or in process or committed to. And that has been one of the growing aspects of why Santa Teresa for the last 5 years has really just exploded. And we want to take that model and we want to move it around the county. So this past year, we've been doing that here in Las Cruces, at the Las Cruces Innovation and Industrial Park. We're reaping a lot of rewards from looking at that model. And right now, we're in the process of talking with you at the county. We'd like to replicate that in some of those other areas I mentioned, working with landowners, potentially like in the Evado Barreno area, to bring that same model over there and attract development capital to that area, maybe Chaparral as well. So these are ideas we have in the process. It's going to take a partnership with you to make those work. But I'm excited about what the future brings, not only with industry trends, geographically where we're situated to capture those trends, but these new models and tools we have in place to enhance and increase economic development. So with that, I'll stop and be happy to answer any questions you have. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions, comments? None? Yes, Commissioner Reynolds.
I appreciate the ode to my discussion about on slide number 7 where you showed all the different contacts and stuff. I think the real value in this, though, will actually be creating a flow chart of the process necessary in order to get someone from interested to actually creating jobs and producing product here. So okay, they come in, they want, they're interested in Santa Teresa. Okay, who do you have to contact? I mean, what has to be done there? Who do you contact? Is it the county? Is it Sunland Park? Who do they have to reach out to? Where's the money? I mean, having like a flow chart process to walk people through so that not only you understand the process, but so do the customers when they start. You can say, here's where we are, here's where we need to be, and here are the steps we're going to take to get there. I think that's a clear path for them to get from interested to actually closing the business here, and also identifying some of the pitfalls they have and some of the challenges we have in getting there. I think that is the next phase you should add to this, is my recommendation. And I think I've asked our economic development director to do the same. So, but good start. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, thank you. And yeah, I think we could benefit from the visual flow chart. Just keep in mind all those questions that are asked, that all those bubbles that GSL provided to us that I showed here. Sometimes they are not always in the same order. Sometimes a company is going to come in and they really want to work with workforce specifically, and they may have a consultant on workforce. And then if we can get past that hump, and maybe site and everything that comes around with site. Sometimes the flow chart may be first workforce, then later down the line, they're worried about the site details. So I think an overall kind of expanding what I just presented to you in a flow chart would be valuable for all of us. I guess just keep in mind, it does move based on the priority of question that they have. So
It could be a round flow chart. It doesn't have to be flow right through. It can take any form as long as you identify the balance, checks and balances you have to go through in order to get to where you need to be, to get the end point, and then have a path to follow.
Yeah, certainly.
It doesn't have to be a straight line, never is. Okay, but understanding that and helping educate the people when we come here, is water a problem, is fire a problem, is, our codes a problem, hazardous materials. I mean, a lot of these kind of things that, who do we have to go to get approvals on that, and where's the money? How can we find money and resources? Is it the county, is it the state, is it federal government, local community? I think those are kind of questions that if I were trying to locate here, I'd absolutely want to understand and know exactly which ones were available to me right up front, just when I start doing my initial inspection. That's just me, but I think it works for the county as well.
Hey, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, glad to help kind of flush that all out. You talk about capital. I always wish we had more capital and had more avenues to turn to. So I'm always up here advocating for whatever tools the county can create to assist in that process as well. And I think that's worth a conversation, some kind of work session to flush some of these things out that we compete with other states and communities. So, absolutely.
Awesome. Any other comments? Seeing none, thank you for the presentation today. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Chair.
Okay, next up, we do have the approval of the minutes from the January 14th meeting. Yeah, of course, Commissioner.
I have amendment to the minutes.
Okay. If you want to go ahead and make the motion to approve the minutes, and then we can go ahead and amend them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I make the motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, I'll second that motion. And then discussion and any amendments, and go ahead.
Thank you. Hold on, I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. One thing that I did notice was that the vote for item 21, the motion, it says that it was approved with a vote of 3-5 instead of 3-2. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
I went over them and I did correct. I hope I got all of them. There was actually, I think 3 or 4 of them that had the vote that way.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yeah, but
Was that your correction?
For item 21, correct. They had my vote as a no, and my vote was yes.
Oh, I didn't catch that one.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, you said item 21?
Item 21, oh, I'm sorry, item 11, okay, well, item 21, yes, our board appointments. They had down Chaparro and Gameros as no. But I know we had voted the majority of the board appointments were yes, everybody had yes. And then the spaceport was the last item.
So it was a unanimous vote to approve the board appointments. We just had a vote on who to appoint to the spaceport tax board. So technically there were 2 votes.
Okay.
On who to appoint, but I don't think that vote necessarily has to be in the minutes. It needs to be reflected in who was appointed to that board. But it was a unanimous vote on the board appointments. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
So should that be all 5 yeses then, as opposed to 3 yeses and 2 nos?
Yes.
On number 21? Okay.
Because this vote was to approve the resolution of the board appointments.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, point of order. If we did have a vote on a specific item, shouldn't that also be reflected as part of the minutes?
Correct, but we're right now talking about the vote for the board.
Okay.
Yeah, the vote that you're talking about was done prior to the board appointments. So Commissioner Gometos is right. It was a unanimous vote for the resolution itself.
Okay. And then there should be a second, on item 21, there should be a second motion because there was a separate vote for the spaceport. Is that what I'm understanding?
You are 100% correct.
I will go ahead and get that.
Because
I will
we first
correct that.
voted for the board appointments, but we had removed the spaceport tax board, and then we had a separate nomination and vote on that.
Okay. I will work on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And then what were the other? Oh, go ahead.
There was another one?
No, that was it. It was that one.
Okay. So with that, we'll just include those as an amendment to the minutes, and if you can just fix those, that way we can.
Yes, I will take care of that for sure. And then I will get you to sign the amended one at the next meeting.
Okay. Do you want us then to just postpone the minutes until the following meeting? That would
Whichever.
probably be the easiest.
Yeah, I think I would like to, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we actually postpone the.
We already
approval.
have a motion on the floor to approve.
No, I know, but.
Yeah, we already have the motion on the floor, so we would need to vote down that motion or withdraw the motion on the floor.
Are you sure?
Yes, because you're making a new motion. You're making a motion after the motion.
Excuse me, sir, but maybe a point of order, I guess. I believe that we have a motion to approve, then we have a motion to amend,
Correct.
correct? And
Now you just
a
made a motion to postpone.
Postpone, I think can supersede that, but I would need Fred or Ben to weigh in on that. If
We have Fred on the
motion to
dais.
amend And we haven't finished it, can we now also make a motion to postpone to a date certain?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, I would concur with the Commissioner Shaljo Hernandez's take on this, that right now there's a motion before the board to approve, and that is really the action item. And if the will of the board is really to postpone this, then maybe the motion should be withdrawn at this point.
I'm
It
sorry.
can be, then brought up later.
Okay. Perfect.
Mr. Chair, may I make sure I understood what he said, please clarify? We have a motion to approve, and then we have a motion to amend. And if I heard him correctly, he's saying that we should withdraw the motion to amend or just move forward to a motion to postpone.
We have a motion right now to approve the minutes. There was a mention of amending them, but there was no second to that, so it's not really on the table at this moment.
Okay, so a motion to postpone.
If I'm correct.
Is okay.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, yes, Commissioner Chapato.
thank you, Mr. Chair. May I suggest that everyone just withdraw their motions? That's the easiest thing to do at this point.
Thank you so much. I agree with your recommendation. Commissioner Gometos, can you withdraw your motion, please?
Yes, I withdraw my motion.
Thank you. I withdraw my motion as well. We can now move to postpone the minutes from the January 14th meeting until the following meeting, which is going to be February 11th. Do we have a second?
Second.
Yes.
Okay. Discussion? Brandy, does that work?
Yes, and who was the second?
They both did it, but you can pick whoever you want.
Reynolds raised his hand, so I will go with Commissioner Reynolds.
That works for me, Brandy. Thank you. Okay, cool. So we have a motion and a second. And discussion? You understand the changes that need to happen?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you so much. And if you want to just email me those prior, that way I can just go over it one more time. And that way we can just make sure that flow is, I know you weren't here, I apologize. So
No, I will definitely do that.
thank you so much. Brandy, if you can roll call us on the on the motion to postpone till the February 11th meeting.
Okay, Commissioner Gamoras,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez, Vice Chair Chaparro,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Okay. Motion carries. We'll have those meeting minutes ready for February 11th. Moving on, we do have approvals. We do have code of conduct presentation. We have Mr. Young with Minot Springer. Welcome.
All right, good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners, Mr. Macias, Mr. Kennan. Today we're following up on the meeting from back in December where we had a conversation about the county's code of conduct. The county took action at that meeting, at its first meeting of the month, imposing a moratorium on enforcement of the code, and then followed that up the following meeting with a ratification of that moratorium. So today what I've provided to the county in research, and I believe it should be on y'all's packets, it'll be up on the screen, are two different ordinances. One from the city of Rio Rancho, which has a very pretty flow chart, and the other one is from Santa Fe County. Both of these ordinances address all of the holes that we pointed out in broad brushstrokes at the meeting in early December. They solve the problem that the current code has with lumping personnel matters and potentially individual employees who are subject to CBA procedures. They excise them from the process and make it clear that the code of conduct functions to govern elected and some appointed officials. And then to the extent there are complaints submitted pursuant to the code of conduct about individual employees who are covered either under the personnel manual or under the CBA, that those are referred to the appropriate governing source, whether it's the Human Resources Department or through the CBA grievance and discipline process. So what I need from you all today, if hopefully you've had time to review the two ordinances and digest them a little bit, but I would like some direction from you all as to which course of action you'd like to prepare. It could be as simple as, yes, we took a look at the Rio Rancho one, we preferred that one. Please make modifications to that and prepare it for presentation for notice of intent to adopt, and then the process that the county usually follows in adopting an ordinance that repeals and amends an existing ordinance. The same thing with Santa Fe County. Both have their minor differences between each one, but either of them will function for the purposes that you all have worked on previously with the last code of conduct. I think the problem that was probably run into with the initial code of conduct is you had an initial document to work from, which was the Bernalillo County Code of Conduct, which had a few problems with it. But then you tried to add, there was more stuff that you wanted to include in it. And sometimes reinvent or adding more is a good thing, but sometimes reinventing the wheel doesn't always work. In this case, I have actually interacted extensively with Mr. Josh Rubin. He's legal counsel in-house counsel for the city of Rio Rancho. And he walked me through the different times that they have actually used this ordinance successfully. I would, if y'all are interested in going the route with him, I would probably ask him if he'd be willing to come down and provide a training. The same thing with if y'all opt for the Santa Fe County one. The attorneys within New Mexico counties work pretty well with each other. I would be pretty sure that somebody from that office would also be willing to come down and assist with, hey, these are the ways that we've seen this work well. So that I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Thank you for providing these to us, and hopefully the commission had time to review both. They are lengthy documents.
19 pages.
Yep.
Which is shorter than the current one y'all have.
And I feel like this isn't even 12-point font. I feel like we're dealing with like 11, maybe like 10 and a half. I do prefer the Rio Rancho code of conduct. I have reviewed it. I think there's going to be some, a little bit of corrections on there since we are, we have a lot more elected positions that fall under the county than any municipality does. And also there's some stuff in there on the political activity section, just because we are elected by political party. As commissioners and elected officials, we are on a party ticket.
Correct.
Whereas in a municipality, they are not on a political ticket. So we might just need to frame that a little differently if we can.
I can probably use the section from the Santa Fe County one.
There you
dealing
go.
with that one, and just replace it with that. Or the one that exists in yours currently. I didn't think that that was one that we had any that section was one that we had a problem with.
Okay, cool. But besides that, I think it's really well done. There's just some things in there that legally are just different because it's municipality versus a county. But I think it's really good. I like the right to appeal. It's very similar to what we talked about prior. It definitely hits the nail on the head on some of the issues we were having. So I definitely prefer the Rio Rancho one personally. Commissioners, any other thoughts?
I prefer the Rio Rancho as well.
You're getting some guidance here. I like this. Commissioner Reynolds is there as well. Was that Commissioner Chaparro or Commissioner Sanchez?
That was Chaparro, and I agree with the Rio Rancho version.
Okay. Commissioner Sanchez.
With changes.
Okay. Commissioner Sanchez, are you with us as well? I know he's hopped on and off for a little bit. Okay, so I think you have a good idea. Big fan of flow charts as well, so this helps me kind of digest exactly where it needs to go. We'll have to blow it up in big font and put it everywhere. But I think this is really great. So I think this is a good direction for us to go, and hopefully we can get the train back on the tracks sooner than later. Anything else, commissioners? Yes.
Only one thing, and then is give us a couple, after you get some modifications you think are appropriate, give us a couple of weeks to go over and make the recommendations and comments before we present it to the board.
Absolutely.
So probably, let's get something in the next, how long is it going to take, a week, 2 weeks?
A week to 7 to 10 days.
Okay, let's get some, when you get to a 7 to 10 days, let's plan on having it, not the next meeting, but the one after that, second meeting in February. Does that sound good?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would recommend that before this comes back to the board, that 1 or 2 commissioners, myself, Mr. Young, county manager, and our current compliance officer meet to discuss these. This is a major action that is being contemplated, and there's probably a few things that should be looked at in more detail than a 5-minute, 10-minute discussion here in an open meeting by the board.
Okay.
I concur with that. That
yeah.
was primarily the point of today. I didn't want to run down assuming we were going to approve one versus the other or a different course. And so
but you know what we can even do? We can even put this to use when we get it done, and we can do a little role play, see how this is going to go, how we feed it into the system and where it lands, and we can kind of see how it works out with the flow chart. So I think that would be great. There are a couple other things as I'm just like going through it again that kind of do differentiate from county ordinance when it comes to elected officials entering back into the workforce and or running for a different position, that kind of butt heads. So we'll have to look at that. Besides that, I think it's good. But like I said, this is Rio Ranchos. We're a different place in a different county, and I think tailoring this to where we want to go. And I think the end game is going to be the same. And thank you for working on this. Any other commissioners besides that? But I think a workshop on this, definitely just to see how it works. If here's a complaint, how is this going to navigate down the line? Where's it going to land? And kind of understanding exactly what the goal is would be great. Anything else, commissioners? Seeing none. Thank you so much for presenting today, and it looks like you have your homework.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, commissioners. I have marching orders.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have on approvals, item number 13, which is a resolution amending section 53D of the county, or the Code of Doña County, pertaining to order of business at meetings of the Board of County Commissioners. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds. I'll second that motion. Since Scott Andrews is not here, we do have Mr. Macias here, and I as well can talk on this if needed. But if you want to go ahead and give us a little overview on what's changing.
Sure, of course. Chair and Commissioners, as is customary, after you decide on your leadership for the new year, you also get to decide on the order of business. This one, based in coordination with the Commission, proposes the removal of the pet showcase and the reordering of staff input to the latter part of the agenda. Those are the major changes.
Exactly. And all those changes are in the packet today, and they are marked in red for anything that did change. I know I did a large change up of this last year when I was elected chair, so this is just making those changes that our county manager thought necessary. Any other questions, commissioners? Seeing none, any public input on this? Seeing none, Brandy, take it away.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I couldn't get to my unmute button.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Quickly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in looking over the changes, I myself really enjoy the pet showcase, and it gives us an opportunity to get some pets adopted. And I'd like to keep that instead of just marking it out. I know that we are a working commission, and I appreciate my fellow commissioners, but I'd like to keep some fun in it. Thank you.
Of course. So I think the issue currently is just the change up at the ASCMV and not getting that pet showcase from them the last couple of meetings. So if that's something that we want to look at, we can, or maybe we can make it a bigger part of our work sessions that we're having. And also we've talked about maybe doing it as part of our opening video and doing, a couple pets on there and kind of highlighting the animal nonprofits as well as the Animal Services Center. Is that something that you'd be in favor of? We're just not getting that document right now. So that's why this has come forward.
Well, no, and I wasn't aware of the other options. I know, as I mentioned before, we have a very business-like meeting, and as long as we can incorporate it in some way, I would be very happy for that.
Perfect. We will let Mr. Andrews know that we want to do something with pets, and maybe as part of that opening video that we've been working on that was playing prior to the meeting today, maybe we can incorporate it in there and go from there, and we'll see. And if it doesn't work, Commissioner, Vice Chair, we can definitely relook at this resolution and change it up again.
Thank you, Mr.
Chair.
Yes.
Well, one other thing for consideration as we look to see how we can engage some of those nonprofits in the community is, for a long time, it was us selecting maybe one particular pet, but be it a cat, be it a dog. But if the commissioners would like, we can try to see how we can continue to work with some of the nonprofits in the community, and if you'd like to maybe invite them to your next community meeting for some of those adoption opportunities.
Oh, yeah.
The other thing that we're available is that now that we have a veterinarian and we're working more actively in and around the community for some of those spay and neutery opportunities, we could even try to do that in community here to have more of that impact long term. So please let us know, and obviously our ACO, if you'd like us to bring out and try to also coordinate some of those efforts with those adoptable pets, and we can try to get more than one or two out. so that we can try to get that impact going.
Thank you so much for that. Taking notes right now. Cool. Anything else, commissioners? Seeing none, Brandy, if you'll roll call us on that, please.
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if at all, I had some problems getting off my mute. I know we're in the middle of voting, but I don't know if it's at all possible to make a comment.
Sure. Since you couldn't get off mute and we're having technical difficulties, take it away, sir.
I just, obviously I'm not going to change the motion, but given that also along with the pet showcase not being on the agenda the past few meetings, I just wanted to point out the invocation has, not also been on the agenda. So perhaps it's something we can take a look at in future meetings. I just, if we're looking to change things up, I'd like for us to take a look at that as well. But anyhow, but given that, my vote is yes.
Okay, thank you. And just to comment on that really quick, one of the changes that is on the resolution, since we have been having issues, is it says invocation / moment of silence. So it's just kind of taking a lead from what the city does as well, just to cover us both ways. But duly noted, so thank you.
Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes. Resolution does pass. Go ahead, Brandy.
Yes, that resolution number is 2025-23.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, moving on. We do have to improve, it is a resolution to approve the increase of Doña County Contract 24-087 between Bohan Houston and Doña County from $75,000 to $3 million as needed for on-call services. Do we have a motion? I'll go ahead and make the motion. Do we have a second? Okay, we have a second by Commissioner Gameros. Welcome, Mr. Herrera.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. So this item before you is a request to increase the current contract we have with Bohannon Houston for engineering services for our wastewater projects, increasing from the amount of $75,000 to $3 million. The amount of projects that we have and are upcoming has exceeded this contract threshold. So based on that and based on the need for this contract for the next 2 years, we are asking to increase it to that $3 million. So at this time, I will entertain any questions.
Really quickly, so you said for the next 2 years?
Yes, sir. The contract is good for another 2 years.
Okay, so ending in 2027?
2020.
Sorry, I know. I apologize.
Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Go ahead and I would encourage Mr. Perez to address also the question came in on the public YouTube channel and just to address how we're doing this under our previously approved contract metrics.
So on this one, Chair.
Yes,
Commission,
thank you.
originally these services were procured as an RFP. RFP number was 23-0030. There is no limit on the amount of money that we would award the contractor, as we awarded a single vendor. The criteria established for this procurement was the criteria that was established using this procurement code at 13-1-120. And as Mr. Herrera had spoke, we're just increasing it to that threshold, and we are covered under the current procurement code to do so.
Awesome, thank you. And then this ends, you said, in 2 years, so what is that? Is it just through 2025?
I'll need to double check it, but it would be 2027, I believe. But
Okay.
I would have to double check that before I give you that answer.
Perfect. And then, since it does sound like we have people joining us on YouTube, so really quick, Robert, can you just go over a couple of those on-call services that this will cover, just for anyone that does not know?
Sure. So we do have several wastewater projects. One of them in particular right now is the emergency repair to our Valdo Lift Station 7. So that's a good example of why we use these type of procurements. We need their engineering services immediately. Also, we have some grants that come in that are time sensitive, and the design process and construction process, they need to be condensed. So using this type of service also helps move along these projects for our engineering services. Other than that, this is just strictly used for wastewater.
Awesome. Okay, so for all the wastewater stations.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I keep looking up and I need to stop doing that. Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Sanchez.
Hey, I just had a question for Mr. Herrera and maybe Mr. Macias here, but it was my understanding if we're not specifically calling out a specific project and this goes over multiple years, do we have to, is this are we setting this up so that it will come back with 1 year increments or for reapproval? Because I thought financially we were not allowed to approve contracts that would go multiple years unless it was for specifically designated projects that would be multiple years. And it sounds like while this covers multiple projects, it's not specific to one. And so I just want to make sure and make certain that we're not violating any statutes here.
Chair.
Yes.
And Commissioner Sanchez, I'll defer to the details of the project to Mr. Herrera and to also Mr. Perez specifically for the contracting question. But what prompted this is that we have a series of projects that are currently funded, and the intent was to match the anticipated amount of work that would occur in this upcoming fiscal year and also in the next fiscal year. And it was under the advisement of purchasing that we increased the cap in order to make sure that those projects are put under contract, which was previously a competitive, only one respondent that gives us, I'm sorry, go ahead, Michael, you'll be able to correct in a bit.
Sorry about that. So only one respondent was awarded. There was 4 entities who provided a proposal. We have Molson Corbin, Bohannon Houston, Friesen Nichols, and Souter Miller and Associates.
Yeah. Commissioner Sanchez, does that help, or did you need additional information?
No, that it did. I didn't. I guess my question is that generally when we have services that are on call that are not specifically tied to a specific contract or project, that we have to, within the new fiscal year, reapprove for that, basically an extension or an amendment to continue on that contract. And so what it sounds like here is that we're approving a contract over multiple fiscal years. And I think what has me concerned is the fact that I want to make sure we're not violating anything. But I think number 2 is that the funds that are going to be allocated, we haven't even approved into the next fiscal year. And so I just have some concerns with how we're doing this. They said if it was for capital project that the funds already approved and set aside, that's one thing. But like I said, it sounds like you're including multiple items here. And so like I said, I do have concerns, and I just want to make sure that that we're not violating any laws by doing this in this way.
Commissioner, it's my understanding that we are not, but I will defer to legal.
I was going to defer to Mike. If I understand what I've heard correctly, we're expanding the capacity on the contract, not necessarily spending all the money, all the way up to $3 million right now. Is that more or less what's going on?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I think Commissioner Sanchez's question goes to Bateman Act concerns, where we're not actually committing to spending the Bateman Act says one board can't commit funds and tie the hands of a subsequent board, and we're not really doing that right now. Instead, we haven't committed the funds yet. We're just expanding the capacity on the contract. And then as these different projects are brought before the board, there will be money to spend for the engineering. Do I have that right?
Yeah, Mr. Kinnon, thank you. That I think you are addressing my concern, but I think the way that I understand it is that we are allocating up to $3 million. So if there are on-call services that are needed, the department does not have to come back to the Board of Commissioners for approval. They will just move forward and utilize that pot of funding for that over multiple years. So I do believe that we are committing funds into future fiscal years, and that's where my concern is.
Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, so the funds used for these contracts for these projects are usually through grants or allocations that are already approved by the commission. And then the projects are brought back if the contract exceeds the county manager's signature authority, then the project is presented to the commission for approval. And we are just using this mechanism to procure the services of this engineering firm through this contract without having to go out to bid for the engineering services. So we're not committing any funding. We are just increasing the threshold that we could go up to and use funds from the projects to actually pay for the services.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, I happen to agree with Commissioner Sanchez, and I believe we are committing funds, future funds that we haven't been budgeted or allocated. And I think it would be better for us to identify the projects and approve the funds as needed for those projects as they come up. I mean, we can still spend the same amount of money, but let's identify the projects this money is going to be spent for so we can make sure we have the budget item to cover it at the time it's necessary. And if we need an emergency meeting in order to do that, I think that's much better than allocating $3 million of funds that we haven't budgeted. So I'm in agreement with Ms. Commissioner Sanchez on this.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Chaparro.
Thank you. I also had trouble with my mute button, but regarding what Commissioner Sanchez stated, I agree. I think that we owe it to our taxpayers to be very aware of what money is going where and how much is going to be allocated to each project, and to just give a go-ahead for up to $3 million, regardless whether it's grant money or any other allocation from whatever fund is going to be prudent for us. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. So I definitely understand where the concerns are with our commissioners. So just really quick, and hopefully you can help steer the conversation. So really quickly, in the executive summary, we now have that summary of financial impact, and it says using departments will budget according to project for the fiscal year. So are we actually allocating money towards this, or are we actually just increasing the capacity of a current contract to $3 million?
Chair, we are just increasing the capacity of the contract. No money has been allocated to any of these projects unless once it becomes an actual project and we get a grant funding, then we do bring that project. If it exceeds the threshold for county manager signature, then we bring those projects for approval to the commission individually.
Okay. And then really quickly, so this is already a contract that we have in place. Do you know when this contract originated? Was it the beginning of this year or?
2023, Commissioner.
So this has been in place since 2023?
July 1, 2023.
So July 1, 2023. So we've already been over a year with this contract. Okay.
I'm sorry. Yes, it was July 1.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just for clarity, I do believe that we've approved this every year annually. It's part of one of that bunch of assigned contracts we approve at the beginning of the fiscal year in July.
Okay. No, I think that's perfectly fine. So so for this in particular, the contract is currently has exceeded or is at the cap of the 75,000. Is that correct?
Chair, yes, that is correct. And for example, I have 3 outstanding Colonias grants that equal over $13 million right now that we have to start working on and put these projects into place this next month. The engineering services, based on an estimated 8%, just for those 3 contracts is over $1 million.
Okay.
So if we don't increase this, and I'll be coming back, every couple of weeks to get this increased.
Okay, so I 100% understand what this contract is for. I think the other commissioners fully understand what this contract is for and how valuable Bohan services are to our county and wastewater systems and everything else that they do. I don't think any of us have a hang up in what this needs to be. My only concern is the same as the other commissioners is if this needs to come back every year to where we allocate not the funding, but we say, okay, this contract is capped at $75,000 or $3 million or whatever it needs to be. We can do that, and I think that needs to be done. But I think there is a concern that has been raised by all 3 other commissioners, and now kind of myself is are we able to do a contract of this magnitude over multiple years? And to Commissioner Sanchez's point as well, I think that we have been doing this on a yearly recommit. So if we can please just, I think we're going to probably, it sounds like we do not have support for this currently, but if there's a way that we can, there's also no contract in our packet. So I can't even see this contract and when it was started, when it was originated, how long it's going to. You don't even really have that information. So there's concerns if we can just maybe get that contract in front of these commissioners, look at doing a yearly commit, and if we can get this on the next meeting, I think there's definitely support for this. It's just 23 to 27 for one contract is a really long time. Commissioners, if I'm on the right track, if you can please let me know. If not, please chime in with direction.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner.
I think that what I have always asked for, and I will continue to ask for, is to show me where the money's going. I mean, if you come to us and say, we have these projects that we're getting $13 million for, show us the project, show us what you need is like seed money to get those going, then we can clearly understand that this money is going to need to be budgeted and spent by the end of this year. And that's what we need, is some substance that shows us that this is a valid contract that will be used before the end of the year. And I think that's what you're saying, is you need the money now. But that's not what you're saying when you say you want it for a 2-year contract. So give us a short-term contract that expires in the amount of time we can use this money and show us where it's going to go. And I think I have no trouble with authorizing $10 million or whatever the number is, provided we can show where it's going to go and we can justify our actions if we're questioned by our constituents or anybody for that matter.
So we're not allocating money.
No.
No, that's not what this contract is. The contract is just raising the cap of the contract to the $3 million, but we're not allocating funds.
I'm not asking. That's not what I'm asking for. I'm asking for some document that tells us why we're allocating the money.
Okay.
Okay, and if there's projects that he can identify to say, this is why I need the money now, so we can get the engineering services started for these projects, then we have an idea of where the money's going, how soon it's going to be spent, even though we're not going to even though it's not being allocated at this moment. I still like to have some document that supports what we're doing.
So they're not, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think Commissioner Reynolds has some great points here, but if, like for the Colonias infrastructure projects that we've already, this commission or this body has already approved those projects, in the project is already the plans of what Bohan Houston is needed for. Is that correct?
Yes, there's already an allocation brought up, what we call soft costs of what's going to be used for engineering services. But also, not only that, we also use this service as an ad hoc projects where, 6 months from now, the commission might direct me to do a project and I need to get an engineer on board right away, so I wouldn't know that information right up front. And I want to say that we do have a similar on-call contract already for architectural services. And the language in the language here in the RFP does state that per the county's direction or discretion, this contract can be extended for 2 additional 1-year terms as needed. So it already is in the RFP.
I think two additional one-year terms. And you're saying you want it for 2 years.
No, it says count for 2 additional one-year terms not to exceed a total of 3 years. So this was in 2000 and it was executed July 1st of 2023. So we still have some time.
Yeah, so I think, and to that point, and the way that you just phrased it is different than this is a 3-year contract, because every year we have to renew this contract as a board.
That's correct.
So the way that we're going about this is very different than the way that it was explained. So the way that we're doing this is that we are re-upping this contract at a total of $3 million for 1 year.
So the $3 million, Commissioner, would be for the life of the contract?
Correct. But right now we are renewing this contract for 1 year.
Correct.
Okay. That is the way that this needed to be presented, not as a 3-year contract.
Yes, sir. And these services are task order based only.
Okay.
So this amount does not reflect that the contractor will get $3 million. They just know it's per task order up to the $3 million threshold.
Correct. Okay. This is a different conversation than we had 3 minutes ago. So thank you for reading that verbatim. That definitely helps. So we are reauthorizing $3 million to Bohan Houston as a contract for 1 year with a possible re-up every year for an additional 2 years. Correct? There's only one re-up left then.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So 2024, and then we'll do this again next year for 2025. Or it's 2025. 2025 with another re-up for 2026, as we annually do this, like Commissioner Sanchez said.
That is correct, and then we'll have to reissue the RFP.
Okay, thank you. Okay, does that now make better sense than where we were? Clear as mud, thank you. All that I'm gonna ask from county management is when we have these contract renewals, that we include the contract in the packet, because right now it's not there. So there's no dates, there's a contract number, and I know how to go find a contract, but we need to make sure that that is in the packets, not only for the commission who needs to make a vote on this right now, but also for the public who join us via YouTube. Cool.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, Vice Chair.
I'm looking at my packet, and as you mentioned, I don't have the contract. I'd like to look at the contract before I vote on it, and I don't think that this presentation or approval is ripe at this time, and perhaps scheduling it for the next meeting might be a good idea.
Okay. I see next meeting getting heftier and heftier. Okay, any other comments, or are we all on the same page on this?
I think we have to have a motion to postpone.
We do, but are we on the same page for postponing till the February 11th meeting?
I am.
Okay. Okay, cool. Commissioner Sanchez just jumped off. So is this going to put any wrenches in anything if we wait 2 weeks?
There's one task order waiting to be signed for $300,000.
Please tell me this is not for the wastewater project in Vado that is causing us issues right now.
That would be a separate task order, Commissioner.
Okay.
So that's an emergency procurement at that point.
Okay, cool. Perfect.
No, there is a project that we do have, but we have other mechanisms to procure the services. So it will not delay anything if we do go to the next meeting.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, with that being said, we do have a motion to approve. And, but we're going to postpone. So, pardon?
Just
Sorry.
talking to myself.
You're looking at me when you talk to yourself, which is very
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner.
If we can have, and I was writing down notes and I didn't pay attention to whom was presenting the motion, if the motion can be withdrawn and presented in a way that it could be postponed until the next meeting. Friendly suggestion.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yes.
We don't have to undo the motion that we did. We can just make a motion to postpone
Correct.
Okay, in the middle. So I would make a motion to postpone this to a date certain, February the 11th. So our next
Second.
meeting.
Okay, date certain, February 11th. We have a second. Any further
Second.
discussion? One more time?
Second?
Yes, we got your second. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Seeing none, Brandy, if you will take a motion on the postponing this to a date certain of February 11th, please.
Commissioner Gamora, I'm still learning that last name. I apologize.
Gameros.
Gamero.
I know, I have a weird last name. Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Reynolds.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez. Vice Chair Chaparro.
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Okay, we will see you gentlemen February 11th with a contract in front of us, please.
Chair, thank you. Commissioners, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on, we do have a award purchase order using New Mexico State price agreement as stated to APIC Solutions for the placement of cell locks, doors, sliders at the detention center in the amount of $803,161.16. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Chaparro. We have a second by Commissioner Gameros. And welcome, Mr. Baker.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. This is pretty much just one of our other initiatives. The facility's 25 plus years old. The locks are basically the ones that came with it. They've been worn. They're really hard to get parts. So we've been working the last couple years to try to get more of them done. This will complete the replacement of all the cell door locks, change out all the keys, and replace all the slider parts. Since it's a little bit more than we originally estimated with our capital expenditures at the beginning of this budget year, that's why we brought it ahead, because cost increases keep coming through. Every time you blink, things cost more. So that's why we brought it forward, so we can get it issued and then get the parts in so we can have them all installed.
Awesome. Very simple. Any questions from the commission?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Did we go out for bid on this?
It's through a state contract.
Yes.
And there's very few places that offer those items, so that's why we went through the state contract for it.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Comments, public comment? Okay, Brandy.
Commissioner Gameros.
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez. Vice Chair Chaparro.
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes, motion carries. Contract is approved. Okay, moving on, we do have an award purchase order using Sourcewell Cooperative to Cooks Direct for the replacement of kitchen equipment at the detention center in the amount of $174,227.17. Do we have a motion?
I move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Gameros and a
Second.
second from the voice above, Vice Chair Chaparro. Go ahead.
I'm looking up at just as much as you are.
I know.
It's like, okay, somebody's
Very
talking.
strange.
As you know from the tours of the detention center, we redid it. The kitchen looks much nicer, but we reused all the old equipment that's in there that has been there forever. It's old, it's failing, the maintenance costs are huge. This actually completes what was originally envisioned with the kitchen remodel under the funds that we got for that, but because of cost overruns, we weren't able to do that. Now we have the funds to go through and actually replace all the kitchen equipment.
Go ahead.
Chair, I have a question. Didn't we just redo the kitchen about 2 years ago?
This is just for the equipment. The equipment was taken off of what we were doing because having to dig up the floor and everything like that, we had our original estimate of like $1 million. Well, after digging up the floors and repair and getting into the walls and finding out how much things needed to be addressed because of the changing codes over the last 25 years, we exceeded that $1 million overall. I think we ended up with $1.4 million with the mobile kitchens and everything like that. So the kitchen equipment was taken off that project to limit the amount of cost overrun we had for that. So this is being handled separately. So all the equipment's going to be changed out at this time.
Wow. Okay. I just remember us doing remodeling in the kitchen and because of all the flooding or the floors or something. for like 3 years
Everything
ago.
except for the, stainless steel tables, skillets, ovens was taken care of. This finishes it out.
It's a lot.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair.
thank you. And I've been down at the detention center several times, and Mr. Baker is correct. We're going to really have to focus on really revamping the detention center. It's been allowed to go to a condition which I think is difficult not only for the people that are housed there, but staff as well. And I think if we can chip away at it a little bit at a time, but food is important for the people that stay there. So thank you.
Okay, awesome. Any other comments? It's definitely needed. Excited to see it being done. It's going to make that kitchen look so much better and give everyone new equipment to work on and get everyone happy and healthy. Anything else? Brandy, take it away.
Commissioner Gameros,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez, Vice Chair Chaparro,
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes. Motion passes. Thank you so much, Director Baker. It was great seeing you. Let's get that ordered, sir. Okay. We do have 2 items under hearings and ordinances. Item number 17, which is an ordinance authorizing a property tax rebate to benefit low-income property tax payers for the 2025 and 2026 tax year. Commissioners, do we have a motion and a second?
A second.
Okay, so Commissioner Gameros did make the motion, and we do have a second by Commissioner Reynolds. Okay, Fred, take it away, sir.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez, Commissioners, this is an ordinance that is required to be brought to the board every 2 years, and that's been done every 2 years since forever. The last time it was brought before the board was the first time that the board actually approved it. And as we heard, I think in the last meeting, the first bill that we got from the state because of this tax rebate was $371,000. Projections by TRD previously had been a range that could have been 10 times that amount. But so far now we have at least one data point to give you some idea of what it costs the county to essentially subsidize the tax returns of low-income property owners.
Awesome. So, yeah, a little backstory as well. The commission did approve this for the first time 2 years ago, which was my first year. And we are one of 3 counties in the state of New Mexico that offers this tax rebate, I guess it is. And it's us, Los Alamos County, and Santa Fe County. And I know that we thought that it was going to be millions of dollars as a loss for this rebate, but we were at $371,000. I definitely think this is a great opportunity for our residents that need it most, those most vulnerable individuals in our community. And I know at the last meeting we had questions about how is this getting out there? How do people know that this rebate exists? Are we marketing it? Is it being marketed by anyone? Do our tax preparers know about this? So just like something fun, and it was shared with me, is that if you file your taxes online, it actually pops up as a refundable credit item that you get to click on if you do it. And it says additional property tax rebate. And then it says for, and it says Los Alamos, Santa Fe County, and Doña County residents. So it's definitely on those online portals already. So people are definitely able to take advantage of that. So I think that's really awesome that we did this. I'm glad that we took the leap, and I hope we take that leap again today. Commissioners, any other comments or questions? Seeing none. Any public comment? Seeing none. Okay, Brandy, take it away.
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez? Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes. Awesome. Motion carries.
That does have a resolution number.
Go ahead, ma'am.
That number is,
Should be an ordinance number.
yes, 359-2025.
Thank you, ma'am. Wonderful. Okay, next up, we do have a authorization to publish a notice of hearing, title, and general summary to consider an ordinance repealing ordinance number 110-2020, titled W Silver Recycling, Inc., Economic Development Ordinance. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Oh, okay, I'm going to, thank you for doing that. We're going to have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds, and we're going to have a second by Commissioner Gameros. And we do have Ms. Carter here to present. Welcome. Again, welcome.
Good afternoon, Denise Carter, Economic Development Administrator. So we are doing a repealing ordinance because it's dictated by the Local Economic Development Act statute. This was for a project that was approved back in 2020. The project has been completed, the metrics have been met, and Doña County, as the fiscal agent, must now repeal the ordinance so that the project can be closed out. I do have a representative from New Mexico Economic Development Department if you all have any further questions.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? Pretty straightforward? Okay. Brandy, go ahead and roll call us on that if you could.
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez? Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a comment, not about this item, but to say, Ms. Brown, thank you so much for your patience in being here for the whole meeting. We appreciate it. Sorry we didn't get to this sooner.
As a resident of your district and of the county, it's always educational and enlightening.
You moved?
No, she's always been in my district.
Oh. I don't know why I thought you lived in Picacho Hills with me. No? You're not mine? Okay, fine. Well, that's fine, Julia.
She's in Escondida.
Would you like to relocate to District 1?
Hey, no.
It's bright, it's sunny, we have a beach.
No.
Oceanfront property.
I'll move there.
Sold.
If you haven't been to her home, it's beautiful.
I love that.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Carter. Okay. Okay, now we're cooking with steam today, guys. Okay, now we have commission input and follow-up. Commissioners, any comments, questions, follow-up?
That was my comment.
Okay, well, I like that comment then. We'll take it. Okay, and then next up we do have correspondence. Brandy, any correspondence?
We have one, Brittany Johnson versus Doña County.
Awesome, thank you, ma'am. And with that being said, we do have a closed session on the agenda today. So I move that the Board of County Commissioners convene in closed session to discuss a limited personnel matter as authorized by the Open Meetings Act 10-15-1 H2 NMSA 1978.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Brandy, if you'll roll call us into closed session, please.
Commissioner Gameros?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez? Vice Chair Chaparro?
Yes.
Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes, motion carries, and we'll go into closed session. And Vice Chair, we will go ahead and call you in closed session. Okay. Okay, everyone. The time is currently 2:21, and we are back from closed session, and I just want to make sure that the record reflects that nothing was discussed in closed session other than the items identified in the motion to go into closed session. And with that being said, we are out of here at 2:21 today. Thank you so much.